This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Although it may seem like an outlandish proposal to transport Wyoming coal to Asia via the Gulf Coast, one Jackson resident and barge transport expert said that's not the case at all. Jim Manley, a marine surveyor, has spent around 40 years operating various barge services along the Mississippi River. Manley told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that if the funding can be acquired, a Gulf Coast transport route could be active in as little as 3 to 4 years.
Through the creation of a few different pieces of infrastructure, combination of railroad connections and some unit terminals to unload the coal into boats, barges at these river points, Wyoming could easily develop a transportation line from Wyoming to go down to the Gulf Coast and then send off the coal to the Asian markets.
During a news conference Wednesday, Governor Mark Gordon said he met with various leaders in Taiwan and Japan recently who expressed interest in buying Wyoming coal. Getting Wyoming coal to Southeast Asia in an expedited manner is the missing link in that puzzle. With Wyoming leading a new nuclear power revival in the U.S. West, the Cowboy State has emerged as the linchpin of a three-state compact with Utah and Idaho to remake the region's energy landscape. At this week's Built Here Nuclear Energy Summit in Draper, Utah, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said the states need to be bold in developing nuclear power. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Cox, along with Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon and Idaho Governor Brad Little, signed an agreement to team up and together shape regional energy policy, including more investment in nuclear power.
Where Idaho comes into this three-way partnership is that they have the leading lab that studies this technology, small modular reactors. Wyoming's piece is that, hey, we're actually building one in Kemmerer. It's a different type of technology, but in the same space. And then Utah is kind of the political uniter, trying to get everyone together and saying, hey, let's get this going. Let's get a Western nuclear power revolution off the ground.
The summit included a group of about 20 representatives from energy and technology companies, along with investment groups. Well, this week, which marked President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office, national polls were released showing the president's overall job approval ratings have dipped since January and February. But Wyoming's U.S. Representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry that the idea that people who voted for Trump are losing confidence in him is, quote, absolute hogwash.
In fact, she told me that she thinks his popularity is even higher now than it was in November. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, they are also saying there is no Trump crisis here. Yes, his popularity has dropped a few points, but hey, that happens in presidential terms.
According to 3 polls this week, trade wars and inflation have dragged down Trump's overall approval rating, and he got mixed reviews on immigration-related categories. But Wyoming's senior senator, John Barrasso, the second-ranking Republican in the Senate, praised Trump's first 100 days, citing increased oil and coal production, tough immigration policies, and anti-woke initiatives as key accomplishments. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, a 40-year-old Upton man is scheduled for a Friday hearing in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming to determine if he should be in jail during his prosecution. He's accused of trying to detonate a homemade propane bomb on a drilling yard. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the potential penalty quadrupled after David Riggle's case switched from state to federal.
He was facing like 5 years if the state authorities had continued their prosecution in the Weston County court system. But the feds picked that case up here recently. And then Weston County's prosecutor asked the judge to drop the state level case. And so he's facing up to 20 years under the federal schemes.
Riggle was originally charged in Weston County in December with possessing or making explosives. That's a state charge punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $5,000 in fines. The U.S. Attorney's Office charged Riggle last week with attempting malicious damage to a property with fire. That's a felony punishable by between 5 and 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning and welcome to Saturday. John Baggett, 6A to 10A Saturdays on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Beautiful. Mostly sunny over Wyoming today. Right here in Sheridan, Wyoming, 36 degrees. Cheyenne, you're 38. Out west, Pinedale, 34. Casper, 39 degrees. My friends down in Wheatland, you're 36 degrees. Big city folks in Denver, 41 degrees. Sunny over the Rockies today. Should be nice. Right on. Got a great lineup too today. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you enjoy it. It's informative and fun and a mix of all the above. We'll run the gamut. 6 o'clock hour, I have a gentleman by the name of David Newman. We're going to be talking about scams, seniors being targeted for fraud. He is the vice president in the financial services industry, specifically dealing with fraud in his world. His name is David Newman. And that's a chance for me to exact my pound of flesh against people who do that and target folks for scams. Had enough of them. In the 7 o'clock hour, that's 6 o'clock coming up. He's standing by in the Zoom room. Chris Verba with Sheridan Community Land Trust, the folks that take care of the trails. We're going to talk about this weather and how much moisture we've had, at least up here in Bighorn Mountain Country. It's been quite wet, and we've got more on the way. The forecast calling for more rain, snow in the high country coming up here Monday into Tuesday. That's Chris Verba in the 7 o'clock hour. Then a good man, a good friend, Dustin Stevens. He's with Volunteers of America, the VOA, folks that help our veterans. We're going to be talking about veterans and what they're dealing with and some of the problems they have, and veteran suicide and how to prevent it and offer some solutions, hopefully. Dustin Stevens, 8 o'clock. Then I'm going to have a little fun. Don't know if you know this, but indoor or arena football is back. The team, the Wyoming Cavalry, have moved from Casper over to Gillette. And the owner of the team, Dominic Montero, he's going to be on the show with me. We're just going to talk football. And fortunately, I have experienced arena or indoor football. And that was the Denver Dynamite back in the olden days in Denver. And here it is. That's your face on my screen. This is David Newman. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, that's a pretty easy one, isn't it?
All right. Well, full disclosure, he is my little brother. He's the one that got the brains. And I don't know, of the four boys, where he ranks as far as looks. But David, he is a good man, good father, and a beloved brother. So I just wanted you to recognize that. But he's also a vice president. And as I described that accurately, David? Yeah. VP in the financial services industry, dealing with fraud and scams, particularly against the elderly, is what got me interested in talking about this topic. And so to launch it, David, I'm going to put up an image here that you won't be able to see, but my audience will, at least if they're catching us on YouTube and watching. Wyoming ranks third per capita in dollars lost to scammers. I mean, that to me is disturbing enough just to be a topic for a regional broadcast, if you will. It's a streaming show, so people can be and might be listening anywhere in the world. Hopefully, Alex, my other son, will be listening and watching in the Netherlands. But it's particularly of interest here. We're targeted just like everybody and anybody else. And when I say targeting seniors, I should be aware. I am aware that it certainly does not target just seniors. It's prolific, isn't it, my friend?
Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me that Wyoming ranks up there with
Why
regards
is that?
to there's two different types of elder financial exploitation that take place that the normal person doesn't think about this every day, but what they do think about is the first one, which is the lower percentage, which is stranger fraud. It's someone calling up and saying, hey, your computer's broken, you need to log in and send me your information. That's stranger fraud. Those are outside fraudsters trying to reach into your pocket and get away with some of your money. That is how people think of fraud when they think of it. One of the more prolific ones is friendly fraud, which is caregivers. When we're talking elderly, in the definition from AARP, they're talking about 60 plus folks. I would imagine that most people that are 60 plus do not consider themselves the definition of elderly. So then you've got that also going against you. But Wyoming is interesting. I've traveled and lived in Wyoming before and I'm in Wisconsin now. So there's a separation of those two states, but there's a lot of similarities with the two states. The folks in Wyoming they know their neighbors. They know all the people in their community. And
we wave at each other.
Right. When you're driving by, I'm trying to start that in Wisconsin. It's not going as smooth as I would love it to, but everyone seems to wave back when you do. It's a lost art. It's kind of funny, but that plays into this situation. So it's a really complicated but also easy situation at the same time. The complicatedness of it is, when there is friendly fraud, it's someone that the person knows and in some cases loves, and in some cases they're providing a level of care. And there is then this slippage into, I mowed their lawn 5 times this summer and I wasn't asked to. So if she offers me $1,000 to do that, I'll take it. And it's a little bit too expensive to be mowing the lawn, right? And then things slip down a little bit further in the path, and eventually someone will find that out much later, that these dollars have been coming out of that person's pocket.
Well, I saw this statistic, David. 87.5% of 60 plus folks, which is your big brother, who are victimized by someone they know but never report the incident. So almost 90% of people who are victimized, they don't report it.
Yeah. That's why it's complicated and easy at the same time, right? Mm. So you've got a bunch of folks that when it is friendly fraud, they just say, stop it, and it doesn't get reported. And so there's a reporting piece of this, and
hopefully it stops, right?
Yeah, well, the easy part to understand is that folks get embarrassed by it too. Yeah. And that's a hard one to get over, where they think that they fell victim to something and that they were somehow at fault for being quote unquote gullible. And that is the furthest thing from the truth. The way that I think I talked to you about it earlier in the last couple of weeks is it's like going one-on-one in basketball. If two 65-year-old gentlemen pick up the ball, you might have a little skill gap and someone might have a little bit more athleticism than the other, but it's somewhat a fair fight, right? But if I put that person up against Michael Jordan, who does this for a living, and Michael's, kind of in that group now, but I still would put him I would put him at the top of the list.
That's another topic for another day.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan, GOAT. Okay, sorry.
He's gonna beat you, and he's gonna get away, and it's going to be because he's good at it. And so those, that's where the fraudsters play. That's what they do. They know how to do this. And, I saw one of the most interesting things when I was researching elder fraud in the beginning was looking through I think it was Freakonomics. I'm going to try to remember exactly where I got this information from. But One of the reasons why the folks from Nigeria who are sending emails saying I'm a prince and I need to send you money and you need to send it back to me, one of the reasons why they write them so badly is so that they can get the people that can notice those things immediately off of their lists. They want the folks that are going to be, their heartstrings are going to be pulled, and they're going to be the ones that care. And like I said, I'm bringing this back to full circle. Think about the folks that are in Wyoming. I'm not going to just generally put it out there that everyone in Wyoming is this type of person, but they're trusting. They know their neighbors. And so if someone asks for help, they're going to try to help, right? They're going to do some things to be a good neighbor. And that in this case, and mind you, I'm not suggesting that we stop being good neighbors, because like I said, I'm trying to get, the waving when you pass people on the street started here. But it takes just a little more, when it deals with your finances, you just have to look at it a little bit differently and say, what is the ulterior motive, if there were one, for someone to poke into my wallet, poke into my accounts, poke into my business?
David, I wanted to get to, there's an article I found in USA Today about the scammers, and I've heard of this, scammers preying upon grandparents using, something happening to a grandchild and their instinct to want to help. So I'm going to go to a commercial break here. We come out on the other side. Let's talk about that scam in particular, in what to look out for, as well as, some of the experiences maybe you've had, and then I can maybe relay some of the experience we had as a family, a family relation that was targeted and was scammed. So, all right, this is David Newman, and he is handling the fraud and scam that targets so many of us and so many of our family and the elderly. And we'll get back into the Zoom room with David here on Cowboy State Daily Radio in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Thought I'd crank it up a notch here, David, and wake us both up. At 6:20 in the morning, Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, here with an expert in an area you see on my screen right now, an article from USA Today. Scammers accused of preying upon worried grandparents. What happened? David Newman, Vice President in the financial services industry, dealing specifically with fraud and in cases like this. And back to the Zoom room. Thank you, David, for joining us this morning and talking about this topic. And this is, I guess, just my way of exacting a pound of flesh and getting the word out there on how to prevent this, because I don't know if there are too many things out there. First of all, targeting seniors and grandparents, number one, but number two, using their love and care for their grandchildren as part of their scam. Man, that is low as far as I'm concerned. So that particular story, have you seen that in that particular scam? What how is it perpetrated?
Well, so I'm going to tell you two things. Is that these are interesting because you can relate to it and understand it. So how does it happen? They call up and say, "Hey, this is Alex, and I just got arrested. And they need $2,000 wired immediately, or I'm going to go sit in a jail in a foreign country, let's say Spain, just to make it a little weird, a little bit off, right?" So, and the grandparent says, "Well, what do I need to do?" Say, "Well, here's the instructions. Let me put the guy on that the police officer that has all the details," and he gives the information, and then the person goes on, and where there are trigger points that you should be able to look out for during this, but you can imagine in its most simplest form, that's what it is. And the grandparent cares and says, "Okay, I don't want my grandson sitting in a jail in Spain. That sounds like the worst possible scenario because I'm so far away." And again, it goes to the trust piece. And then they wire the money, and then it's gone. And then in typical fashion, those folks get on someone's list, and on the dark web, they'll be sold to someone else and seen if they can dupe them again, right? And become a victim multiple times. Now, but that in its essence is the easiest way to describe it.
It should be, interject with the fact that these folks usually, in many cases, have done their research. So they have background information. They've gone on to social media to learn a little bit about the grandparents and the grandchild, so that some of it makes sense. Now, what I've heard is what they use as far as, well, that doesn't sound like my Alex. They'll use just the fact that it's a long distance call and that there's bad connection and so on. So believe me, they've researched it, and they come in with a plan, and you pick up the phone. You don't have a plan, and unless you do have a plan, you're probably not only not likely to get targeted, but could be a target of a scam like that.
Well, the spoofing of the ID, the caller ID, puts it into their cell phone, which they trust, and it says Alex is calling.
Yeah,
and so you've got. The layers of this are only going to get more complicated as AI becomes more sophisticated. So you've probably seen on social media someone replace an actor in a movie with another actor, and all they did was prompt AI to do that. Yeah. And it looks, if you go back in time when we were first when we were all growing up and movies were putting in, the special effects, and you're like, that looks great. And then you look back at 5 years later, you're like, that was terrible. And then you do the same thing, but 5 years later, and you look back and the stuff now is good. And then 5 years later, you're like, no, that was terrible. Yeah. And it keeps getting better and better. And that's all that's going to happen. They're going to be able to spoof voices. They're going to be able to spoof images and the people. So how do you react to it is very important.
I was going
It
to
doesn't.
say, I mean, there's, you got to put up, have some sort of armor and be prepared, whether you're a senior or not, just with anyone that is targeted. And if you've ever, picked up your phone and taken some calls from people, again, as you described, you're now on a list, and you'll probably get it. So what do you recommend in a situation where a grandparent has been called and there's a scammer on the line?
Yes. So the easiest way is to hang up, take the number down, and give it over to your adult protective services. They then will get those the case started. Now, it oftentimes doesn't go anywhere because the phone number is something that is out there. But what it then does is gives the database a little bit more information of who, how, when, and why that started. But I'm more interested in how the person reacts immediately. They're on the phone with the scammer, not reacting to the situation in an immediate fashion is of utmost importance. Now, so when someone's telling you to act in an urgent way, I always look at it and say, well, the worst thing that can happen is that you wouldn't have picked up the phone. And so you wouldn't have known this was happening at all, and you wouldn't have been bothered by it. Right. So try to take that approach when you're being presented with this urgent situation and say, okay, let me take steps to go figure out if everything you're saying is true. I'll hang up and call you back so that we can, you can't call me back. So every one of these little steps that you would take in treating it like a non-urgent manner will be combated by the person that's on the other line. Yeah. Don't call my mom. My mom would be so terrified she'd be mad at me. Right. So right. You've got these situations where it starts to layer on itself, and they know human behavior to the extent that the person that is going to end up going through all the way through with the wire transfer is going to be someone who knows that there was a strained relationship between their grandson and their parents, and they're going to be the ones that
like
say,
I said, they're prepared. They've got an arsenal. So
yeah, and so being prepared to slow down when people are asking you to go fast is super important in this process.
One of the things with the elderly, that generation, I'm a boomer, but is that we and not all of us, I don't anymore, we answer the phone. Mm-hmm. The generation below us, and a lot of boomers, I'm generalizing, we don't recognize the number. We let it go to voicemail, make sure that it's somebody we know, recognize, can do a little bit of instant research to figure out if this is somebody we want to talk to or not. Whereas in somebody my age and older, their instinct, the phone rings, you answer it. It's just what you did in that generation. So again, particularly able to target that group.
Yeah, and that is the kind of going back to what we were talking about, Wyomingites, like they will answer the phone, right? Like that's the thing. And your neighbors. And the interesting part about this is we're all going digital now, and we all have the phones in our pockets. And, I would love to see the per capita in Wyoming that still have a landline in their house. And I still have a landline in my house. I don't know why, but I do.
I know you do.
Yeah. And so that is certainly an element to this, is that those things are able to be, I'll say, spoofed as well. So the sophistication goes higher and higher. So if you have a call and it comes in and it says a different phone number, but it has your son's name on it, what are you going to do? Are you going to answer the phone?
Well, I mean, some people will. I wouldn't. I'm suspicious anyway. I've been in the media for 42 years, so I don't know if I'm a good example of a boomer. That I'm just suspicious naturally when the phone rings, and so some people would, though. I mean, especially as you mentioned, if you know that your grandchild is traveling abroad or is working abroad, as my son is, then you may think I better take this.
Yeah, but I do want to be cautious and let people know it's not about the kids just being overseas. The grandparent scam happens when grandparents live down the street from them.
Right.
I'll say that when I talk about slowing down and looking at the quote unquote urgency of the situation, the other part that gives this away is how definitive the vehicle they're asking you to give money in is. And let me explain that.
Wow.
So they say, hey, in order to get me out of jail, now I'm going to use a ridiculous example because I want to make people laugh a little bit, but this is real stuff. So they say, hey, the sheriff down in Casper needs you to send Walmart gift cards to them, 2 $500 Walmart gift cards because they need to put it into that's how they get they buy their supplies for the month, and then they'll let me go, right? And it sounds ridiculous, but the preceding information is what got them to the point where they need to act, and now they're believing that their grandson or granddaughter is in this situation and that they want to get them out of it. However ridiculous that situation might seem, becomes not that ridiculous because the goal is to get them out and get them safe and get them back into the environment that they're used to, not in a dangerous situation being in jail. So the immediacy of a gift card, you got to go, wait, why would you want gift? Because you put the money on it and it's gone. It's on the card. They say share the number and the number is then gone. They ask you to wire transfer money. They ask you to send a Zelle transaction or a Venmo transaction. The immediacy and the definitiveness of that money movement, it should be an indicator as well. Like, wait,
the red flag. Now that I've moved into the real estate world, working as a real estate agent here in Sheridan, Wyoming with Century 21 BHJ, money transfers and fraud, there is a lot of mechanisms built in now with any sort of money transfer. So again, not only with my media background, but now with just the cautiousness of sending money anywhere to anyone, that you're doing the research first. So one of the ways that I do it when you get a text, so now we've talked about phone calls, but you get a text that says, your tax returns were not received, you need to do this, that, or the other thing. I never respond to, and I don't recommend anybody else, would respond to the text. I don't do that at all. My next move is to get a hold of my financial people, that I know, with the numbers that I have for them, with voices I recognize, and I contact them and I say, I got a message here, and half the time they say, well, send that to us because we're going to take it to the Attorney General. That's fraud. That's a scam. So one of the things I do recommend, as you probably would as well, an email and or a text as well as a phone call that is initiated that way is, one of the responses would be for you to reach out from your end to those entities.
Yeah, absolutely. And every state has their own mechanisms to get that stuff reported to them. And Wyoming would be for the older generation to go to the Adult Protective Services. I think that's another part of this is like if I told you need to call the Adult Protective Services, you're like, well, I'm strong, I'm good, I'm smart. Yeah. Which is a pride piece that needs to be eliminated in our minds. It's not about you being weak or not intelligent enough. It's about the scammers and understanding the data and information that they're sending out there so that it can be combated at a larger scale. There's many groups across the United States that it's consortiums that put data and information together across some of the industries that work in that world, and they can then identify and build cases and understand rings and understand these groups of folks. I mean, if you think about how they're in Sheridan. I think you have some gun manufacturers, right? They have to supply all of their stuff from lots of different places to get that then final product built. Some of the fraud rings work the same way. They have people researching. Some of the jobs of these folks that are doing fraud isn't sitting on the phone all day trying to call random people. One of their jobs is to get people on a list that someone who's the professional at calling people can use, so they're not wasting their time on 10 people that wouldn't respond.
That's so true. And in response to that, because we keep talking about the elderly, which they are a particular target, but not just because they're elderly, but because in many cases they're the ones with money. So they have resources and assets, and that's why these scammers, again, have done their research, and they know. Let me just pop this one up on the screen, just this image here real quick. Yeah, this is this article right here I found in the New York Times. I want to get it up on the screen here. There we go. It's so this gentleman, and he looks around my age. It's a New York Times article. How one man lost $740,000. Oh my God, to scammers targeting his retirement savings. As brutal and terrible as that sounds, it also sounds to me, David, logical. That he accumulated that kind of wealth. Again, that's why he's a target.
Yeah, I think that going back to what I said in the beginning about the folks being trusting and they're answering the phone. The other side of this is they have the dollars. They are the ones that have worked their whole lives to build up their retirement funds, and now they're in a situation where they're either enjoying it and traveling the world, or buying a new car and having the luxury to update something in their house with the funds that they saved their entire life so that they could do that, spending time with family, traveling across the United States, doing all those things. They've got the store. They've got those funds stored away, and they're able to do it. And so the equation becomes different when you're a young family looking to update a bathroom. It's a agonizing decision. You're like, how much should we spend? Holy cow, that's way more expensive than I thought it would be.
College is coming. College.
Right.
I've got 9 kids.
Yeah, right. But then if you go over the top on that and say you're now the grandparent and you have $740,000, which is the number that you just referenced, that are available to you if you need to update your bathroom, and it's a different feeling and different thought. So just think about that. Someone who's a young family gets a call that says, "Hey, your son is in jail." I'm trying to think of your cousin is in jail. You need to send us money. You're like, I don't have money to send you. Like, that's crazy to think.
Yeah,
but if you
picked the wrong family member.
Yeah, exactly.
Should have done your research, scammer.
Exactly, and that's why those folks have the funds, and that's why they're kind of attacked at a higher rate. But I wouldn't say that it's about the quote unquote falling for it. Again, we've got to remember you're going up against Michael Jordan. They picked the right person. They picked the guy that has the funds.
Well, we're going to take a break here, and we come back. I'll talk a little bit about a particular case without getting too into who that is, but it's somebody we love and care for that, this has happened to them, and maybe you have some experience, I'm sure you do, with particular cases and how manipulative and creative they, in some cases, brilliant these scammers are. So this is David Newman, and he is a vice president for a big financial institution, and he deals specifically with fraud in his world. And so we'll come back to you. Hang on, buddy. We'll be back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's 6:39 on a Saturday.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Some ominous sounding country music there, a little Good, Bad, the Ugly-esque. Because we're taking on the bad guys, the bandits. You betcha, new sheriff in town. You know, there's scams out there, and there's also people who fight against it. Real quickly, do the weather here. Almost forgot about that. Hey, Cowboy State. Mostly sunny today. A little breezy in some areas, but not too bad. Right now, Sheridan, Wyoming, where I sit on Cowboy State Daily Radio in my little studio. It's 37 degrees. Cheyenne, 38. My good friends in Wheatland, how you guys doing down there? It's 38 degrees there. Casper, 39. Denver, Colorado, 41 degrees. I'm back in the Zoom room with David Newman, whose job it is. Can you hear this music, David?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, this means we're on a mission to resolve this, to stop it. I don't know, I like it.
I like it too.
The background to this story, the genesis of it, was just knowing and loving people who have been victims of scams like this. I want to re-emphasize that it has nothing to do with your level of education. Really has nothing to do with your age either, or your sophistication, or anything else, because again, it's as you described, it's you're taking on Michael Jordan, one-on-one, and with somebody that this is what they do professionally, some of whom are brilliant people who, if they ever did get their together, they'd probably be pretty good at something in the financial industry, because they're good at what they do. They know how to what triggers to pull to get people to move. So in our case, somebody they were targeted, and the person got on the phone and had all the information they needed to have with access. They had gotten identity theft, social security numbers and phone numbers and addresses and all the thing, and account numbers that were close enough that this person thought that they were legitimate, number one, and number two, that they got them to follow a pattern that eventually led them to give this scammer access to their money. So again, it wasn't one phone call. It was, and again, with the way they set it up and the bullet point steps to take, as this person went along, it seemed more and more legitimate until they actually took the step and sent money on multiple occasions. So that was the experience we had. And again, in this particular person I know that fell for this is a brilliant person. And so let that be, just an indicator from my experience that it doesn't matter, who you are, where you are, and what your education or level of sophistication is. You could be a target. So how about you, David? I mean, in your world, we mentioned the one where the guy out $740,000 of his savings in his senior years, gone.
Yeah. So I don't know the details of that article, but I would venture to say that it might be one of the more common ones, which is a romance scam. And if you think about folks that are in those, and I'll call them twilight years, you oftentimes have to deal with other non-financial things like death and becoming a widower or a widow, and you are in a situation. I just saw a recent posting. I can't remember where it was from. I think I saw it on one of the social media sites. No, it was on LinkedIn. I saw it, and it was talking about who you spend time with. And if you think about 8 hours I'm sleeping, and then I'm with my coworkers, I'm thinking about myself now. And then I'm with my friends for a lot less time now, because my friends are still my friends from high school, so I don't see them that often. But my wife and spouse and kids I see a lot. But if you start playing that out in your lifetime, think about think about dad, and think about some of the other the people that we know that are widowers or widows, and they spend time alone. That's where they are. They're alone. And so these fraudsters know how to take advantage of that. And so some of the more common schemes that you see are romance scams. And it could happen from anywhere from someone, AARP sends out their their recruitment list when people turn 50. So when we're talking about elder financial exploitation, the general cutoff is 60 plus folks, but 60 plus folks have their wherewithal with them. But if they're in a situation where they're alone now, the time that they spend is oftentimes by themselves. And so when a new person enters into that, and again, it goes to, the urgency of it. How did this person enter? What are they looking for? Where is it? But they know how to do this. They know how to string along a person.
You can start with the obituaries, as easy as that. I mean, that's
exactly. And sometimes in the cases of the exploitation, they do have different paths they take when it comes to someone who is a 62-year-old widow or someone who is a 78-year-old widow. There's different techniques that they would use, and you'd think, well, why would a 78-year-old woman want to have romance? It's not about romance. It's about companionship and people liking to spend time with one another and being a community. And so those folks that are lonely sometimes get put in these situations where they say, well, I'm traveling in Spain right now, and I'm ready to retire in the next 2 years. I lost my wallet. My wallet got stolen, and I need you to wire $25,000 to my account so that I can buy tickets to get home, and then we'll be together. Or it's someone that is foreign and has a foreign accent and is very charming and says, if you just sponsor my trip over, we will be together finally. And it's not as easy and as it's not as easy to poke holes in it when the person's in it, because they're truly having a conversation with a real person, and that person is acting out, a scenario that is in some cases exactly what people need or want at that time. They want companionship, and they want love, and they want to be seen and known and heard by someone. And while they're maybe not getting it it makes me want to call my parents right now, just talking about it. Like, I need to do that, or maybe go visit
Dad
some
on
of
the into the Zoom room with us.
Just go visit some folks and talk with them, because we're all busy with our lives, and some folks are not busy in their lives, and they're looking for that. And so the romance scam works that way. That how they exfiltrate the money is there's probably 100,000 different ways they can do it, but it eventually comes down to hey, I need money for X, or we can go on that big cruise in the captain's cabin on the biggest cruise ship if you just wire me $10,000 so that I can buy Bitcoin, and it'll go up to 25,000, and we can just use and I'll give you the $10,000 back. That sounds great.
Well, there's probably been a pattern up to that point too, before they have actually asked for the money. So they've softened this the victim up until the point where they do ask for money. So it's not right out of the box, the first phone call. They've likely communicated through social media, maybe some dating apps, for seniors, and or they've just had conversations with somebody over an extended period of time where they've earned their trust. So
they may even have sent them things and given them things of value, sent them presents, sent them money, sent them gift cards. The fraudster, extending themselves out there to try to gain that trust. And that's what it's all about, is gaining trust. Before we finish though, John, I want to talk a little bit about the one the statistic that's the higher of the two statistics, right? The amount of money that's lost to caregivers and people that are close. And so I didn't want to leave here without talking a little bit about that side of the equation, because it's often not the flashier side, where you've got a scammer that's out there and they're calling you on the phone, and it feels like the Mission Impossible theme should be playing in the background because you want to catch them. This one you don't want to catch them in a lot of cases, right? You don't want the person to get in trouble, but it's sometimes a trusted caregiver that it's one person that's been assigned by the family to do all of the stuff. And then in that person's work, they build up this thought process that sometimes is a justification to, I deserve this. I've been working so hard to make sure everything is in order, and my other 3 brothers haven't been paying attention, and they won't even be bothered by this. And so I deserve to be paid for the work that I'm doing. And then it just gets, in some cases, out of hand. And so I don't want to accuse everyone that's in those situations of doing nefarious things, but it is that slippery slope when we get into it. And then all of a sudden there's a tragedy. Let's say the older person dies, and everyone gets in a room and they sit down and they're like, okay, there's $20,000 left. And 3 people are sitting there going, what are you talking about? Yeah. And the one person is sitting there going, well, they're usually in the situation where they couldn't make that meeting, right? they got a flat tire on the way there. And it wasn't intended to be So it's called friendly fraud is what it's called. They weren't intending to do this, but it comes to a situation that it is fraud. It is improper. And so how do you combat against that? And one of the ways to do that, and I think that's the toughest for our generation and the generation before, the boomers, is to, at some point, you need to share. You need to share with multiple people the situation, and you have to have a trusted financial person that's in charge, but that person can't be working on an island. And it does take the community to engage, the community of the people that are closest to this person, to engage in what is the plan, where is this going. And if someone sees a $500 for mowing the lawn, that better have been talked about before, that you're going to get paid $500 every time you mow the lawn, because that doesn't sound like it's the way it should be. And so I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, that you should have, a network of folks. But then that's going back to the loneliness part of it. And so how do you break that? And that's not an easily answerable in 5 minutes situation.
Yeah, it's awkward. We've only got a few minutes left here, and I want to definitely take the opportunity to share your advice and recommendations if either someone is in the midst of being scammed, whether that's or fraud being committed against them, whether it be a stranger or a family member or a friend. What steps would you recommend? Let's start with they're being scammed currently, and they're they recognize now, after listening to the show, that they may be dealing with someone who is scamming them right now.
Yeah, the first step is to reach out to your state's adult protective services. That's going to get things started. There'll be recommendations that come from them on the law enforcement to call. The second thing is to let your financial institution know that there's some unusual activity happening, and then work with them to stop it from being able to be done. Now, that means sometimes it's closing your accounts and reopening them with that same institution.
I was gonna. We Deb and I have done that when our information got out there, and of course we have a firm. We do the Life Lock, and they recognize some activity. And I don't know whether you recommend that particular operation or not, but in this case, it worked. I mean, they gave us a heads up that somebody was using my information, and then we froze everything. We just they have an option with all the credit reporting services to freeze, so that I have to, if any credit issue it comes up, I have to unlock it in order for anyone to get access to it. So that was a step that we took. And there's probably others that people should protect their financial situation.
Yeah, taking those steps in order, like you're talking about, you're just adding on to exactly what you should be doing. But also talking to your loved ones about it, and letting them understand that either the person that's working with your finances, or with other folks, a power of attorney or a financial planner, to let them know that that's out there. And I'm gonna say that the recommendation to close your accounts, or even if you're in a situation where you're feeling like things have been compromised, I'll just bring everyone back to your cell phones that everyone has in their hands. They might even be looking at this on their cell phone right now. When you change something on your phone, you've got to log into everything else. And everyone looks at that as a pain to redo your fingerprints and redo your or remember your passwords and so forth to get into things. But that you're doing that for a layer of protection, so that your device that you have a lot of access to is now capable of doing that. The same thing goes for your bank account. It's not that hard anymore to change your bank account, right? And some of you can look at it as a huge barrier and a hurdle that you don't want to take, but ultimately you just have to change a few things in a few places to get it to work the same way that it was, just like if you get a new phone.
And in your financial institutions that you work with, they're being paid, and there should be somebody there that will help you through that if it seems a little complicated. Before I let you go here, again, full disclosure, this vice president for a big financial industry company who deals specifically with fraud is my youngest brother, David Newman. And quickly, how are my 9 nieces and nephews doing?
Oh, they're doing well. They're getting older now, though. I will say that I'm feeling closer and closer to that AARP definition when it comes to it. But
you'll be getting the mail soon from them.
They're doing well, though. Everyone is everyone's doing good, and
specifically my godson. How's he doing?
Yeah. Well, you want today is Everett's first communion. We will be going later
God
today.
bless you,
You can
Everett.
say a prayer for him, and he will be doing his
you
first
give him
communion.
a big hug for me and tell him that we got a chance to talk about something very, very serious. I'm so glad we did this. I feel better. I feel like maybe just a smidge I've contributed to helping it in a category where, boy, I tell you, it gets my heart rate up and my instincts of protection kick in. So I'm glad we were able to share on this. I really appreciate you getting up early for me. It's not that early in Wisconsin, as early as here, but you were very kind to join me and to provide this information. And God bless you, brother, and have a great First Communion Day with my godson, Everett.
Thank you for having me on. I really do appreciate it, and it is a passion of mine to help people learn about this and get some strategies to combat it and to take action. So thank you.
All right, you bet. All right, it's 7 o'clock here in the Rocky Mountain West. You're with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Although it may seem like an outlandish proposal to transport Wyoming coal to Asia via the Gulf Coast, one Jackson resident and barge transport expert said that's not the case at all. Jim Manley, a marine surveyor, has spent around 40 years operating various barge services along the Mississippi River. Manley told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that if the funding can be acquired, a Gulf Coast transport route could be active in as little as 3 to 4 years.
Through the creation of a few different pieces of infrastructure, a combination of railroad connections and some unit terminals to unload the coal into boats, barges at these river points, Wyoming could easily develop a transportation line from Wyoming to go down to the Gulf Coast and then send off the coal to the Asian markets.
During a news conference Wednesday, Governor Mark Gordon said he met with various leaders in Taiwan and Japan recently who expressed interest in buying Wyoming coal. Getting Wyoming coal to Southeast Asia in an expedited manner is the missing link in that puzzle. With Wyoming leading a new nuclear power revival in the U.S. West, the Cowboy State has emerged as the linchpin of a 3-state compact with Utah and Idaho to remake the region's energy landscape. At this week's Built Here Nuclear Energy Summit in Draper, Utah, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said the states need to be bold in developing nuclear power. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Cox, along with Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon and Idaho Governor Brad Little, signed an agreement to team up and together shape regional energy policy, including more investment in nuclear power.
Where Idaho comes into this three-way partnership is that they have the leading lab that studies this technology, small modular reactors. Wyoming's piece is that, hey, we're actually building one in Kemmerer. It's a different type of technology, but in the same space. And then Utah is kind of the political uniter, trying to get everyone together and saying, hey, let's get this going. Let's get a Western nuclear power revolution off the ground.
The summit included a group of about 20 representatives from energy and technology companies, along with investment groups. Well, this week, which marked President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office, national polls were released showing the president's overall job approval ratings have dipped since January and February. But Wyoming's U.S. Representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry that the idea that people who voted for Trump are losing confidence in him is, quote, absolute hogwash.
In fact, she told me that she thinks his popularity is even higher now than it was in November. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, they are also saying there is no Trump crisis here. Yes, his popularity has dropped a few points, but hey, that happens in presidential terms.
According to 3 polls this week, trade wars and inflation have dragged down Trump's overall approval rating, and he got mixed reviews on immigration-related categories. But Wyoming senior Senator John Barrasso, the second-ranking Republican Republican in the Senate, praised Trump's first 100 days, citing increased oil and coal production, tough immigration policies, and anti-woke initiatives as key accomplishments. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, a 40-year-old Upton man is scheduled for a Friday hearing in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming to determine if he should be in jail during his prosecution. He's accused of trying to detonate a homemade propane bomb on a drilling yard. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the potential penalty quadrupled after David Riggle's case switched from state to federal.
He was facing like 5 years if the state authorities had continued their prosecution in the Weston County court system. But the feds picked that case up here recently. And then Weston County's prosecutor asked the judge to drop the state level case. And so he's facing up to 20 years under the federal schemes.
Riggle was originally charged in Weston County in December with possessing or making explosives. That's a state charge punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $5,000 in fines. The U.S. Attorney's Office charged Riggle last week with attempting malicious damage to a property with fire. That's a felony punishable by between 5 and 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We've become friends, so now I'm going to line you up so they can see your handsome face. There you go. Right on, brother. So Chris Verba and I have now been working together for a few years. Chris, remind my listeners.
I am the Director of Marketing and Development for the Sheridan Community Land Trust right here in Sheridan County.
You betcha. All right, let's do that. And if you talk right across it, that way you can.
All right.
You can look at me as we're yapping
all
with
right.
each other. Because that's all it is, really. Cowboy State Daily Radio is really just 4 hours, 6A to 10A, of me chatting with folks.
Awesome.
And
we did the maiden voyage a little while back.
We started back the first day I launched this thing with all the technical difficulties that I had. You got to witness that. I don't know if you remember. But
I do, but you know what? I thought it went pretty smoothly.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it not bad. And I got some feedback that we have an audience. There's people actually listening to us. Thank you, by the way.
And so now we're gonna prove to them why we had the face for radio, right?
You betcha. This is I can see you, but you can't. It's probably a good thing. I could bring it up here on this other computer, but I don't want to distract you. The old adage, the face for radio. That's me. 42 years of doing radio and nobody could see me. And now in the last 3 months, I got to recognize I actually, at 4:45 this morning, look to see. I mean, it's a black shirt, but if people are going to be able to see me, I should probably brush my teeth, comb my hair, and put a clean shirt on.
And see, I did that, but I thought I was going to come in without the shirt part and really go for the full-on Sasquatch look. But I did actually get my ears lowered earlier this week, and the winter trim kind of trimmed up because it had gotten pretty scraggly.
You look damn good, fella, so don't be hiding behind your microphone. All right, so anyway, Chris, like I said, I tease you, but how'd you like getting to my house this morning and the door was locked?
Well, I mean, you know what? We got in. That's the important part, right? So the nice part is if any of y'all need to come visit here, he's got a window around the side of the place that is usually a little cracked, so you can just slide in and go right in. Hopefully one of the neighbors didn't see me do that because you never know.
Yeah. They're all armed around here.
Well, we are in Wyoming.
It's a fortress here on our block. But, so I gave him instructions. I said, I'll be on the air in the 6 o'clock hour. So I'll leave the door open and just come on in and knock on the studio door. And I didn't follow through. Somebody didn't follow directions. It was me. But hopefully you've got some coffee. Deb made some delicious cakes for those that actually showed up today. So if you don't want one now, or the commercial break.
I was gonna say I'll grab my parting shot because I gotta go.
It's there for
go
you.
Have Saturday after that.
All right, really quickly, because you and we could just do fun stuff the whole time, but we do want to talk about the Sheridan Community Land Trust. What you guys do? Quick weather check. It's going to be nice in the Cowboy State today, brother. Mostly sunny. Some areas of light breeze. Yesterday was the most beautiful day. It was about 63 here in Sheridan for the high, and not even a breeze. It was so still. It was just amazing. And because we've had so much moisture and cool temperatures, every bird, every pheasant, every turkey was out there.
The Sandhill cranes were calling last night out at Hidden Hoot Trail.
I saw I was at the entrance of Hidden Hoot Trail with Waylon. As you see, my poor Waylon had some surgery lately, so he ain't hiking. So we just went there and let him walk around. But I could see the tracks of the Sandhill crane. Looks, like dinosaur tracks.
Yeah, well, they are, in a manner of speaking, and this is where I hope I don't get too far afoul.
See,
but
that's why I invite you.
But
too far afoul.
As I recall things, the birds we have came off the dinosaur lineage, and so they are the last vestiges of the living dinosaurs.
Yeah, you are an expert in so many areas.
That is absolutely not expertise, and I'm cautioning it with, I'm pretty sure that's what I recall, but it's not like I'm staying up to date on the current science there.
I gotcha. Well, hey, so let me introduce you. First, I was going to mention the temperatures right now in Sheridan. It's 38 degrees. It's in Wheatland. I always mention Wheatland because I have so many friends and family down there that I know and love. Wheatland, you're at 39 degrees. Holy cow. And the big hot spot in the Rocky Mountain West right now is Denver at 41. Cheyenne, 38. And we're 36 here in Sheridan, sunny skies. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. Sheridan Community Land Trust, I have jumped on the bandwagon as a supporter of your organization for a few reasons. One, I'm a dog lover, and my wife and I both are hikers. That's one of the things. The best conversations my wife and I have, and if she were in this room, she would vouch, the best conversations we have as a married couple is when we're on a trail hiking. In fact, if we don't do that a few times a week, it's a little bit shaky on communications about what's going on with the family. I don't know what she's up to, and she doesn't know what I'm up to. I don't know what the boys are doing. She doesn't know what they're doing. So I couldn't be a bigger advocate, relationship-wise, about hiking and getting out there. Now I fish and I hunt, so that's a different kind of hiking. You got a purpose. You got to get somewhere, and you've got a point that you're trying to reach. That's hiking too, I guess. But then there's hiking, which is some people do it better or faster than others. But it's it's an activity that people can do together almost from birth all the way to the end. It's something. And that's why initially when we were introduced to each other, I just thought it was amazing that there's an organization that does this, that works so hard, number one, to take care of the trails and or create new ones, but also to work the relationships with the private landowners that allow going from public property into private property, back out onto public property, so that you have that beautiful view of Cloud Peak or Blacktooth Peak the whole way. Somebody has let us on there. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. What an incredible organization Sheridan Community Land Trust is. And I understand that this is not a local broadcast, but I do understand, too, that there are similar organizations in other communities throughout Wyoming. But again, that's how I got involved, and you and I were introduced to each other, and just appreciate what they do at SCLT.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that. And, thank you for sharing that story about communication between husbands and wives on the trail. And we talk about being able to connect people to land and history through nature and outdoor activities and history stories. And so we know people strengthen their relationships on the trail. I hadn't actually thought of the way you just described it.
Is that right?
And so you saw me taking notes here, and anybody watching the live stream did. It was because I went, oh, man, I'll tell you all about hiking, biking, walking, going out, watching wildlife or bird watching or, critter creeping or flower peeping or, excuse me, it's plant peeping and flower finding.
Okay.
See, I used to have a few of these alliterations. I haven't had to do them for a little bit. But
well, believe me, we combined some of that. My wife is a very good photographer, by the way. Not just, she's amateur, but people have asked her to take wedding pictures and event pictures because she is so good. So probably 90% of the time we are doing that communication hike, she has her camera with her.
That's exactly what it's for. And, as SCLT has worked to build out these trails, while certainly some of the folks here listening are, Sheridan County residents, a lot of folks are around the state, but, as we know, Wyoming is really kind of like a small town that's spread out, right? What's that line
that's about,
a small town with really wide streets, come on out here and, whether you live here or are visiting Sheridan County, you can enjoy the Soldier Ridge Trail System, which is right here on the edge of Sheridan, where we were at last night with community volunteers getting our Hidden Hoot Trail ready. Now, I invite everyone listening
Now,
out
I have
there,
an excuse for not being there because it was part of the plan, and you met him, Waylon. He had surgery, and trying not to let him out of my sight because he's not supposed to be moving around, and yet he still wants to jump up and all of that.
He's such a sweet boy, though.
But how was the turnout?
We had a fantastic night. We had to shift it from Thursday to Friday because of all the storms that came through this week. Boy, early on, the trail got really soaked. And it was still a bit wet last night, but not so wet you couldn't get on it to work. So we had about 30 people there last night, which was a pretty solid turnout. I thought I might be able to bring you breakfast today because we had our great friends at Cadobah Sheridan give burritos to everyone who came out and helped.
It would be wrong because I wasn't there. I've been to a few of those volunteer events. And what it is, I describe it from my end, and you can fix what I say wrong. They put the word out. I get the newsletter on 2 of my emails, which will give people a chance to get access to that as well. So I get notice via a newsletter, comes an email and says, we're going to work on, as you mentioned, Hidden Hoot, which was yesterday. Yesterday? What is today? Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yep.
And then they might do, was it Hidden Hoot or Soldier Ridge?
Just on this night, we did the Hidden Hoot Trail night. So it's a trail that every year is closed during the month of April to allow for calving out on the trail because this is one of those real cool instances where agriculture, ranching, recreation, and conservation all come together in one place. And it's right here on the edge of Sheridan. So in the Hidden Hoot Trail is on private land, though it connects directly into the city of Sheridan's Sheridan Pathway system.
Exactly what we were talking about.
Exactly. And then connects back out onto another SCLT trail that we call Double Eagle Trail, which is on the city of Sheridan's property that's part of the Kendrick Golf Course. So hence the name Double Eagle Trail. Right? Yeah. We were thinking on that one, weren't we?
I know a guy that got a double eagle. I've never come close on a golf course.
I have only had Bloody Marys on a golf course.
But yeah, the point being is that you're getting a group out there on a trail like that. We'd get the notice, we'd get the email that says, hey, we're going to rally on such and such a date, meet you out there. And then what happens when they show up? What's the penalty for...
What's the penalty for participating? Well, we don't make we do drop you in the rough, I guess. But no, it's actually, so it's a lot of fun. This year, it's a lighter work situation, thankfully, right? Because thanks to incredible community donors, last year we were able to purchase a 2-wheel tractor. And
really?
So the 2-wheel tractor,
Awesome.
If you're not familiar with it, I certainly wasn't before we got one. But it's almost like a big tiller that you stand behind, and you can run it up and down the trail, and this 2-wheel tractor will go in, and of course, because there are cattle on the trail, especially in the spring as things are melting and freezing and melting and freezing,
it gets a little rough.
It gets a little rough.
Could do a number on an ankle or two.
It sure can. They do put some hoof prints into things, so in the past, and John has experienced this firsthand, that can be really hard work to work out, especially if the trail tread isn't like a little wet at the time. Like, we're out on, like, it's not quite gumbo out there, but it's not that far away from it. So
when it gets hard, it looks like, with all the volunteers, like the old Snow White with the 7 dwarves and their pickaxes, hi-ho, and out they go.
Yeah.
And we're out there like we're mining, trying to loosen things up out there. So it sounds like this piece of equipment is perfect.
As a recreation program manager, Jared Koenig says, it turns, like, in minutes, he can do what it used to take volunteers hours to do. So what we invited everyone to come out and do last night was Jared would work through the trail ahead of everybody and get that initial bit of reshaping and, kind of like, it's almost like tenderizing the trail tread, and do that work to get those hoof prints out. And then volunteers would come back through and help do, kind of that finishing bit of maintenance, repacking things, raking it out, evening it out, especially getting the rocks you churn up. There's no end to the rocks that come up every year. And they were doing a little bit of reshaping on curves and just kind of clearing off some of that debris that inevitably comes down, especially after a month of just cattle and no people on the trail.
As we were talking about earlier, I mean, this you get to go from public to private land, and you'll know it's private land when you run into his herd of cattle. And we'll talk about that. I don't know if there's individuals you want to thank, but in general sense, I know I want to thank all of those private landowners who have contributed and donated and offered access to the Sheridan Community Land Trust trail system. God bless them.
Yeah.
What an outreach to the community. Wonderful. Let me take this break and let's talk about those folks a little bit and what motivates them here. So we're going to do this break, the first one of the 7:00 hour. It's 7:23 on a Saturday. John Baggett. It's 39 degrees in Sheridan now, and on a mostly sunny day in the Rocky Mountain West. We'll be back with Chris Verba from the Sheridan Community Land Trust after these words on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Devil's Tower.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
Saturday, May the 3rd, 7:26 in the morning. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Let me put up the number here. So if by chance you have a question, the number here into the studio, or a text if you want to just send me a message, Chris and I, is 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598, and I have an exclusive morning show email address as well, wyomingbags307@gmail.com, and Bags has 2 G's in it and an S. wyomingbags307@gmail.com. So you're welcome to join the conversation. I'll take texts for now since I have Chris in the studio, and try to get to those as well. But I was talking just a little bit earlier too about the walking in and out of private into public lands, and again just want to shout out to those folks who get involved, and if they're a landowner and they want to, kind of give back to the community a little bit, and then we will talk about how the community needs to respond back in kind and take care of these trails, and to honor their access, and take care of things, so to speak, when they're out on the trail. But is there a way for a landowner who would like to get involved to communicate with you guys?
Yeah, go right to our website. It's Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org. You can call our office, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 a.m. Excuse me, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That was easy for me to say, right? So that number is 307-673-4702. And, if you're on our website, again, Sheridan, CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, drop our executive director an email. His name is Brad Bauer.
Yeah, Brad's a great guy, too. And I think it's a prerequisite that you have a big, cool beard to work at SCLT because Brad's got a great beard.
We are the hirsute
I trimmed
brutes.
mine. I was looking at some of the earlier shows with because I was going for it. I was going to let her rip because I had gotten out of radio for a little while, and I figured I was going to be out and about looking at properties. I'm in real estate here full time, radio part time, but it was time to trim it. But I was getting there. Mine, I would say it was bigger than yours at least, but nowhere near what Brad's doing there with that beard. But it looks good on him. Okay. So another thing that I wanted to talk about too is volunteering. But it's not just volunteering, but you're also out there, providing jobs, seasonal jobs for folks too. I saw that you guys are in the hiring process right now.
Yeah.
For the summer.
So currently we have 3 summer conservation and recreation internships available. These internships, you get to work outside primarily. You'll be out maintaining the trails we have and helping build the trails we're working on creating.
Yeah.
In addition to that, you'll be working with our conservation director, John Graves, on a handful of different projects he has going on. Yes, he does.
I knew it.
He's also a bison rancher.
Oh.
He and his wife and their dog have a bison ranch out east of town.
You're raising bison. I don't know if I want to tease somebody like that too much because he's probably pretty tough.
I would imagine he is, but he's also a pretty awesome guy. So he joined us in November, and he's been doing a fantastic job. And really, he's been a ranch manager for about 20 years now. Once upon a time, he also oversaw the Ralphie program at the University of Colorado.
Wow.
Yeah, so he was a Ralphie handler down
Ralphie
there.
run
and
on
then,
many occasions.
yeah. So I just, clearly bison are a thing that go through him. But so anyway, those interns would help John with a ton of fun projects like wildlife-friendly fencing, specifically out at our Big Goose Natural area. We are working on taking all of the fencing there and turning it into wildlife-friendly fencing. We're leaving a little bit of the old fence up to show the demonstration.
While you're speaking, sorry to interrupt, buddy, but I am putting up the images that you sent me. So here's the one, and now I got to fit it onto the screen. You can't see it. You just have to trust me. Summer intern, join us. So I did get the image put together. This is the improvement from our first show
there we
together.
Go.
There was no way that I was going to take my eye off the ball and start messing around with images. But here it is. It says, summer intern, join us. As you mentioned, work outdoors, conservation of wildlife. Man, I guarantee there's somebody listening that either is that person or knows somebody. Help build and maintain trails, interpret nature. Also, how attractive that would be to somebody. One position is open at $18 an hour.
They're all $18 an hour.
Oh, they are.
So yeah, the specifics on those programs, 2 of them are open to people who are 16 to 24 and are either enrolled in high school or college or trade school or any type of post-secondary education. Those are grants we were awarded by the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services. So it's fantastic that it's their skills training and building programs. So we love being able to partner with them because those grants help people get established and find what they want to do as they move into an education. Exactly. And, they get paid for them. When I was that age, I spent a summer while I was doing my undergraduate in fisheries biology. It was an incredible summer. I worked in the Sawtooth Mountains in Idaho sampling on a bull trout crew. I was part of the Student Conservation Association, so that was an internship underneath the AmeriCorps program, which did a lot of work throughout all the national forests and national parks. I was paid $67 a week for that, and I
bucks,
got free housing, which in this case was a mouse-infested double-wide trailer in Fairfield, Idaho. But you know what?
You'll survive.
I survived it, and only minimal hantavirus that has impacted me since, right?
So, a Sheridan College student listening this morning, are you paying attention, young person?
Yeah,
Because
the other
this
one,
sounds ideal.
and the other one is an internship for Sheridan College students, specifically thanks to the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation, who support so much great work in our community. All three of those pay $18 an hour. You can find information and apply on our website at SheridanCLT, like CommunityLandTrust.org.
You bet. And so I want to bring up some of the other events we have, so make sure we get to them. So on the list, I say, hey, tell me what's going on, what's coming up. And it looks like the next thing that's coming up is a week from today, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., the Sheridan Community Land Trust Big Goose Natural Area Tour.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Well, so you get to come out and hang out with John for a morning, and he's going to walk around, and you're going to get a full tour of our 117 acres.
That's a lot of dead air between 9 and 10 o'clock, though, by the way, because the show ends at 10. So.
Right. So, well, if you want to do a remote broadcast, you can come out from the tour and do that, John. We would love to have you out there doing that.
Can you imagine me with my technical deficiencies trying to set that up? I do want to do that. That is part of the plan. I want to be able to broadcast anywhere where there's Wi-Fi.
Nice.
But I just live in fear of touching, some of these cords and the instruments here and knocking myself off the air. But it is a goal. And you seem like you'd be somebody who'd probably be pretty adept at the technical stuff, but I wouldn't put you under that kind of pressure. And you've got to organize it. So that's next Saturday between 9 and 10:30 a.m.
Yeah, and you get to
the Big
see
Goose
all
Natural
the
Area.
cool conservation demonstrations we have going on there. Enjoy those new trails out there. These trails are a little bit different because for the time being, they are actually mowed-in trails, which actually means they hold up a little bit better under wet weather. They don't have to dry out in the same way a natural surface tread might. Although, of course, being out in the pasture, it is still a natural surface. But that's part of what's happening out there, as we've been in what we call the SCLT Big Goose Natural Area for about a year. And we took last year to kind of plan, plus we didn't actually own it. So we were able to, thanks to an incredible gift from a donor who wanted to make sure there was conserved working agricultural space with a component of public access to it, gave us some restricted money to be able to buy a property. And the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation worked on with us to give us a very incredibly reasonable price on that property. And we neighbor their Bridges organization, which also has like the lacrosse fields out there. They're hosting a chess tournament right now in their new community center gym space out there.
Dude, it's not all fun and games. I mean, you're going to learn something out there, too. The Explore History for May, that's coming up. I did that. I participated in one of those. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. But this one is, you have one Tuesday, May 13th, and then the following Tuesday. So is it every week that you do these?
So we do these monthly programs, the second Tuesday of the month at the Hub on Smith in Sheridan. And then the third Tuesday of the month is up at the Tongue River Valley Community Center in Dayton. And so you can come on out to those. This month's program, our history program manager, Kevin Knapp, is doing early electricity in Sheridan County. And interestingly, in this particular program, he's going to, locally, people know a lot about the Acme power plant. And we're going to actually he'll do a little bit with the Acme power plant, but he wants to kind of broaden it out and talk about other bits of early electrical history.
That's a very interesting hike.
Well, this one isn't a hike. These are in the hub and in the community center.
Well, I was going to say the hiking out there by Acme and what's the the recreation area called out there?
Cleanburn.
Thank you. And we go out there and hike that, and you walk up and you know, because you can see the foundations, that there was a town there, and there was a working coal mine, and they have refurbished and just conservation
restored.
Okay, I thought it was a more technical.
Easy for you to say, right?
No, not really.
You know, the interesting bit on the Cleanburn piece. Cleanburn the town was named after the brand of coal that the company mined out of there, because it was the Cleanburn coal. Yeah, so it was
just
like
occurring.
Yeah. How like, talk about a company town. You're not only named.
How old were you when you figured out 64 to be exact? When I found out Cleanburg, the town is clean burning coal.
And like as we talk about that, so SCLT has developed what we call the Black Diamond Trail, and it is a history driving tour that features the coal mining history of these former communities like Cleanburn and Acme and Monarch and Dietz, and there's several others that I can't name off the top of my head, but it begins either in Sheridan or up in Ranchester, and it's about a 45-minute drive, and you can actually use your phone. There's something called the Travel Stories GPS app. So it's this location-based tour where you can go around and it will give you history stories about all of these places as you look at the places in the landscape that they occupied. So, like, you're going to go out to the Monarch Water Tower, and you're going to get a story about the town of Monarch. You're going to go to the area around Acme and Cleanburn, and you're going to hear stories. And this particular tour, in fact, is real interesting in that it includes, narratives and interviews with people who either lived in those communities back when they existed, or from their family members who can share memories about that. So you really get to connect directly to history. And so if you want to get to that tour and take it, just go right to our website, Sheridan CLT. Like communitylandtrust.org. Go under the history tab. You'll see tours and videos. Click there, and you'll be able to get to all of our history tours.
Well, and while you're there, okay. Oh, all right. My machine's telling me that I've got a guest trying to get in the door here.
I got you.
It's unlocked this time. My 7 o'clock guest. It'll be interesting. I want to say, while you're on that website, sign up, join, and get that newsletter. So all of these things that we're talking about this morning, and then some, all the stuff we don't get to, it comes to you maybe a couple times a week, at least once a week. I get a newsletter, so I'm updated on what you guys are up to. Another event on the way, the community discussion on conservation easements. I have that to bring up on the screen as an image here. And so that, again, that's, the education part of this, the information part of what you do. This is one of those events, and that is on Monday, May 12th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the barn in Bighorn. What's that about?
So this is a really fun opportunity that it isn't just SCLT that's a part of this. Our great friends at the Sheridan County Conservation District, as well as the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust. So for all y'all statewide, if you're interested in a conservation easement and are living not in Sheridan County, go ahead and give them a shout, because they do fantastic work working with ranchers and really family ranches, keeping those ranches working the way that families want them to work for them, while also maintaining that open space, wildlife habitat, clean water, and all the benefits that open space provides us. Also, the University of Wyoming's Sheridan Research and Extension Center is going to be a part of this, as well as the Muir Ranch Group, and funding is provided by the Plank Stewardship Initiative. So the important part is here, there's always... people always have questions about what a conservation easement is, how they work, how they can affect them, how do they help them, and also often there can be some misconceptions out there about conservation easements. So this is an opportunity to come out to the barn in Bighorn. We have appetizers and drinks for you. Learn about the process, ask some questions, and, hopefully you might consider it. Now, these aren't decisions that should be taken lightly, and they aren't decisions that happen quickly. But importantly, our staff, specifically John Graves, as we like to say, let our rancher go to work for your family ranch.
Love it. This one looks like more fun, finally. Jeez. All this is
conservation is incredibly fun.
School here. No, the Mayfly Festival is coming up with live music, fly rod demos. I love to fly fish. One of my favorite things in life to do. There's food. There's libations and live music.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Hey, that's on Saturday, May 17th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Kendrick Park right here in Sheridan. This
is where, I don't know if it was this event, but it was at Kendrick Park where you and I met the first time. I wandered over to you guys' booth, and I said, what the heck is going on in here? Look at all these beards.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Hey, there we go. There we go.
I definitely I'll be out there for this. I'm looking at the time, 11 a.m. Wait, I'm a little weepy. It's after the show, so I can make it.
Yeah.
So Waylon and I will be there.
Yeah, so this is one of them. Our friends at Powder River Basin chapter of Trout Unlimited are putting this event on. Fly Fishers International are going to be there. Again, it's Saturday, May 17th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There is no fee. Just walk on in. Come have fun. There's live music, Beano's food truck, so you know you're going to eat well. Blacktooth beer is there, so you know there are refreshments. Yeah. You can do casting clinics, learn about gear. I will personally be at that, so you can come down and talk about trails, fishing, recreation, conservation, history, whatever you want with me. We're going to be there. Fly Shop of the Bighorns will be there. They're great friends of us. They're the ones who invited us to help them fill the theater for the Fly Fishing Film Tour back in March. Man, another sellout at the WYO. That was incredible. And, I guess as long as we're talking about that and we got Mayfly on, come on out to the SCLT Big Goose Natural Area at 14 Lane in Sheridan.
What's going on?
Well, there are brown trout out in Big Goose Creek. And there's a few mountain whitefish, too. I saw the group from the Sheridan High School Outdoor Club came out, not this week, but last week, and fished with us.
I'm going to write that down. That'd be a cool organization to talk to.
Yeah.
Who is that again at the high school?
Sheridan High School Outdoor Club. Paul Plourde is the person who runs that.
Paul spells his last name.
Plourde, and I have some contact information for you.
Cool.
I can get you off air.
I love it.
So we're in the process of working to restore, doing some stream restoration, partnering with Game and Fish, Powder River Basin, Trout Unlimited, to improve in-stream habitat, not just for the trout that are there, but for everything that depends on that stream, be it some of the other native species like your mountain whitefish or my personal favorite, the stone cat, which are tiny little catfish that live in the riffles.
Yeah.
And or also, for the mink that are out there. We've seen a few of the mink. And, we got ospreys out in the trees. And it's just a beautiful
they know
place.
Where it's at.
Yeah, exactly.
Like me, they like seafood.
Exactly. And so you can come out there and fish. It's a lure fly only, barbless hooks, catch and release. But we do have some angling paths along the stream, so we make access as easy as we can make it for you right now. Over time, expect to see some changes out there, but for now, and let me tell you, I can say firsthand, after our bit of rain this week, the stream is starting to come back down and starting to clear up. That means the fish had moved, so it should be a lot of fun fishing for the next couple of days. Also on that Saturday, also that Saturday morning, so before you come out to the Mayfly, you can also swing out to the Big Goose Natural Area, because we are going to literally dig into the past with our discovery session called Unearthing Our Past. And so that starts at 9 o'clock. We are going to do a full archaeological survey of the Big Goose Natural Area. Our friends at Cultural Resource Analysts are donating their time and volunteering to lead an archaeological survey because we believe there's some pretty cool history out at the Big Goose Natural Area that people may be able to find and help us
That's Saturday,
help us catalog. Yeah.
May 17th.
Yep, and that starts at 9 a.m. And we'll run until it's done. The folks at CRA estimate somewhere in the early afternoon, most likely. So we'll take some breaks. It's come and go. So if you can't make it right at 9, come on in later. So they'll help you get started. You'll learn how to do the early work of an archaeological survey and actually get to do it. How often can you have an experience like that? And best of all, it's free.
Right on it. We're going to take a break here, and let's make sure we get to everything that we want to announce to folks before we wrap this thing up. Here it's 7:49, Cowboy State Daily Radio. Chris Verba from Sheridan Community Land Trust. We're talking about getting outside. What a great idea. You're with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big
You're
state.
listening to the
There are
Cowboy
so
State
many
Daily
stories to
Radio
tell.
Network.
And here are
Bill was
Cowboy.
always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
All right, you make it back eventually, huh? Here's a little coordination. You're going to think this is how good I am at programming the show. So the bass player for 3 Steps, band called 3 Steps, is at the Mayfly event. That's the band. We said there was live music, and the bass player said, "Did you bring your bass, Dustin?" So our 8 o'clock hour guest is Dustin Stevens, and he is at the VOA Volunteers of America, and we're going to
Awesome.
talk about veterans issues and
VOA does some incredible work. Here's your other little bit of like serendipity. The very first conservation easement that SCLT secured was with the VOA here in Sheridan along Little Goose Creek. A little bit of that property out there is under a permanent conservation easement. So it's
other guests
it
here
is
just-
conserved forever for the folks living out at VOA, so they get to enjoy it and have a
wonderful
blast. Yeah.
Organization. So yeah, Dustin Stevens and Waylon Jennings Baggett are guests in the studio as well. You can see his tail wagging. He had surgery, had a couple of tumors removed, so he's not supposed to be moving around that much. Might be time to get into the medicine cabinet, if you know what I mean. He's got to stay off his feet, but we'll take care of that.
Well, I'm giving him the good scratches, so
yeah,
he's
he'll never
got
leave
that good
if that's the
medicine right
case.
there, right?
You bet. All right, so Chris Verba with Sheridan Community Land Trust. I didn't want to miss anything. Now we know who the band is, at least for Mayfly. So in the commercial break, as I was letting him in, the door was open this time, by the way. He's that special. No, not that you weren't. I had locked Chris out when he got here because I told him I'd have the door
That's
open.
why I had to come in through the bedroom window.
That's right.
I'm a Beatles song some days.
Joe Cocker is one of the better remixes. Okay, let's get back to it. And before we forget anything that is coming up with Sheridan Community Land Trust and your agenda, what's on the schedule? So we're in the mid-May by now. Let's get to the third week in May with Unplug.
Yeah, that's a partnership with Science Kids. So we're in our 10th year with that. We're having it Birds of the SCLT Big Goose Natural Area. So that's on Thursday, May 22nd from 5 to 6 p.m. Now, don't let the name Science Kids fool you. These programs are free fun for anyone,
These aren't
ages
nerds?
2 to 102, and on any side of that. No, this is everybody. We're going to be a bunch of bird brains out there. So we're going to learn about what we see and take a nice nature hike around the Big Goose Natural Area and see all of the wonderful birds. There's cottonwood habitat out there, there's pasture habitat, and there's rangeland. So there's quite a mix of bird species out there to see, and spring is the best time to see them before all the leaves are all the way out and everything's overgrown and all the birds are in their spring plumage because, it's spring. They got to get their fun on, right?
On the 28th of May, that's the 22nd is the Unplugged Birds of SCLT Big Goose Natural Area. That's the 22nd from 5 to 6 with the Science Kids. And then Big Goose Natural Area Plant Walk.
And that's with our great friend Bob Gergovich. So he's a botanist, and he's going to lead you on a walking tour where we're going to look at all the plants. He'll also be doing another one like that up on the mountain later on this summer at Bear Gulch. So we'll go on red grade trails for that.
I saw you scribbling down something else that's on the agenda. I don't want to miss that. What was that?
You're talking about YO Gives coming up on Wednesday, July 16th.
Yes.
That's especially important for a statewide audience because...
Well, let me plug in there somehow. Again, I'm an advocate for this organization, Sheridan Community Land Trust, nonprofit organization with great people, great volunteers with the organization, something that we can do outside, we can do together, we can do as a community. So here's an opportunity to make sure that this operation thrives.
Yeah, so that is a statewide day of giving. We are supported by community donors such as yourself, John, and everyone else out there in our community who makes this great work possible.
But it's really
but
close.
So what's awesome is you can go right to Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, hit the donate button, and you can make a gift right through our website there. So on YO Gives Day, Wednesday, July 16th, SCLT, along with many other organizations in the state of Wyoming, are participating in this statewide day of giving. At SCLT, we specifically have a $10,000 match courtesy of Carol and Sam Mavrakis of the Seidler Foundation. So they are tremendous supporters of SCLT, and they also love to know that they help others help us, right? So if you make a gift that day, your gift will be matched. And the cool part about that is we know in the summer, not everybody is always at a place where they can donate on one specific day for whatever reason. Who wouldn't want to just be up in the backcountry all summer, right?
Yeah.
So we actually have that open earlier on. And while the specific WYO Gives donation form is not live yet, if you're listening today on Cowboy State Daily Radio, and make a gift as CLT, just stick a note in the notes in the gift form saying WYO Gives, and we'll apply that to the match, and you'll be able to have your generosity doubled today. So you can make an impact now. How's that?
Please do. And as we mentioned before, there's similar organizations across the state of Wyoming. If you're listening in Cheyenne, if you're listening in Wheatland, or anywhere else, and you want to get involved with an organization like this, get a hold of my buddy, Chris Verba. One more time, your web address.
That is Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org.
So all this stuff we've been talking about, you can get it there. And again, get yourself signed up to receive the newsletter so you're in the know. Believe it or not, it's 8 o'clock. That hour blew by. There's so much more that I wanted to talk about, but we'll do it again. I mean, this, all spring, summer. I wanted to talk a little bit about you guys have access, a great report on the
the drought report. The Sheridan County Water Supply Report. So you can go right to our website. It's there. It's on the water page.
Many people will find that very interesting. So I got to run, dude. I got to hit the newscast here at the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you being here. Get yourself a little breakfast cake and some coffee on your way out. And joining us next hour, Dustin Stevens with Volunteers of America. It's 8 o'clock.
Hey, awesome. I'll let you keep those. If you need to cover with any of the sheets on there, feel free. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Although it may seem like an outlandish proposal to transport Wyoming coal to Asia via the Gulf Coast, one Jackson resident and barge transport expert said that's not the case at all. Jim Manley, a marine surveyor, has spent around 40 years operating various barge services along the Mississippi River. Manley told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that if the funding can be acquired, a Gulf Coast transport route could be active in as little as 3 to 4 years.
Through the creation of a few different pieces of infrastructure, combination of railroad connections and some unit terminals to unload the coal into boats, barges at these river points, Wyoming could easily develop a transportation line from Wyoming to go down to the Gulf Coast and then send off the coal to the Asian markets.
During a news conference Wednesday, Governor Mark Gordon said he met with various leaders in Taiwan and Japan recently who expressed interest in buying Wyoming coal. Getting Wyoming coal to Southeast Asia in an expedited manner is the missing link in that puzzle. With Wyoming leading a new nuclear power revival in the U.S. West, the Cowboy State has emerged as the linchpin of a 3-state compact with Utah and Idaho to remake the region's energy landscape. At this week's Built Here Nuclear Energy Summit in Draper, Utah, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said the states need to be bold in developing nuclear power. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Cox, along with Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon and Idaho Governor Brad Little, signed an agreement to team up and together shape regional energy policy, including more investment in nuclear power.
Where Idaho comes into this three-way partnership is that they have the leading lab that studies this technology, small modular reactors. Wyoming's piece is that, hey, we're actually building one in Kemmerer. It's a different type of technology, but in the same space. And then Utah is kind of the political uniter, trying to get everyone together and saying, hey, let's get this going. Let's get a Western nuclear power revolution off the ground.
The summit included a group of about 20 representatives from energy and technology companies, along with investment groups. Well, this week, which marked President Donald Trump's first 100 days in office, national polls were released showing the president's overall job approval ratings have dipped since January and February. But Wyoming's U.S. Representative, Harriet Hageman, told Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry that the idea that people who voted for Trump are losing confidence in him is, quote, absolute hogwash.
In fact, she told me that she thinks his popularity is even higher now than it was in November. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, they are also saying there is no Trump crisis here. Yes, his popularity has dropped a few points, but hey, that happens in presidential terms.
According to 3 polls this week, trade wars and inflation have dragged down Trump's overall approval rating, and he got mixed reviews on immigration-related categories. But Wyoming senior Senator John Barrasso, the second-ranking Republican in the Senate, praised Trump's first 100 days, citing increased oil and coal production, tough immigration policies, and anti-woke initiatives as key accomplishments. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, a 40-year-old Upton man is scheduled for a Friday hearing in the U.S. District Court for Wyoming to determine if he should be in jail during his prosecution. He's accused of trying to detonate a homemade propane bomb on a drilling yard. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the potential penalty quadrupled after David Riggle's case switched from state to federal.
So he was facing like 5 years if the state authorities had continued their prosecution in the Weston County court system. But the feds picked that case up here recently. And then Weston County's prosecutor asked the judge to drop the state level case. And so he's facing up to 20 years under the federal schemes.
Riggle was originally charged in Weston County in December with possessing or making explosives. That's a state charge punishable by up to 5 years in prison and $5,000 in fines. The U.S. Attorney's Office charged Riggle last week with attempting malicious damage to a property with fire. That's a felony punishable by between 5 and 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
All right, we're back in the studio. I've got a new face in here. Hang on 1 second. We'll check the weather forecast for you. Hey, WYO, the state of Wyoming is going to be mostly sunny today and only breezy in places. Right now, Sheridan, we are 41 degrees. Woohoo! Hey, that's big time. We're on our way up to about 65. Cheyenne, 41. Denver, I put that in there because I have a lot of friends down there. They may be listening. This is digital streaming radio, so you can catch us on YouTube, Facebook Live, X, and of course on our website at cowboystatedailyradio.com. So it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the Cowboy State. My name is John Baggett. I do the 6A to 10A shift here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. My buddy Jake Nichols does Monday through Friday. And one of the things I love about this show is the opportunity to talk to great people, whether they're local here to Sheridan, Wyoming, or around the world. I've had somebody on from The Hague, the Netherlands. You can guess who that was. That was my youngest son. And then Joseph was on, Captain Baggett. He was outside of Fayetteville. They say they're Fayetteville, outside Fort Bragg. He's a captain. He's currently a commander in the Airborne. He's commanding the Bandit in the 82nd Airborne. Yep. So anyway, our friendship, I got a text here from my technical producer, which is Deb. Sometimes, it's Deb just saying, listening, tell Dustin hi.
Oh, hi, Deb.
So when she texts me, it's like, your mic's too low, or your guest's mic's too low. So when Deb texts, I pick it up.
That's awesome.
That's my technical producer, Deb Baggett. checking in. Yeah. So Dustin Stevens, we got to talk a little bit how we know each other. First of all, you are also a veteran, served our country. Thank you very much. Not doing that just on here. I've done it to you before,
Yes,
usually
you
with a
have.
hug. We know each other that well because you were also my pastor for a while. So, but anyway, Dustin, give us a little background on you, if you don't mind. Maybe start with your service history into your pastoral experience, and now, what's your title at VOA?
I'm the director of mission at VOA.
Director of mission at Volunteers of America. So, what's up? Where did you come from, Dustin?
So I originally, I'll have to start. I originally am from Texas, and so grew up in a great family there. Wonderful parents. Went to get my undergrad in West Texas at Wayland Baptist University, and that's kind of where
I got you.
You got me. That's kind of where my personal relationship with Christ really started, and kind of got into ministry kind of through there. Joined a Christian service fraternity while I was in college, and that was awesome. And then right after I got my undergrad degree, I enlisted into the military, into the airborne, and was stationed with the 82nd Airborne, where your son's at, in Fayetteville. A lot of our guys used to call it Vietnam because they didn't love it there, so they called it Vietnam for some crazy reason. But I loved it. I loved Fayetteville. It was fantastic. But yeah, I served there for about 5 years, did a couple deployments to the sandbox and back. And
you say sandbox, for those that don't know, Iraq, Afghanistan.
Yep. We did a couple deployments to Iraq there. The unit did a couple deployments to Afghanistan that I was not a part of, but I did a couple of deployments to Iraq myself. And then shortly thereafter getting out, I moved back to Texas for a little while, joined a church, and we went on a short-term kind of international mission trip to Nicaragua, fell in love with mission work. Long story short, we ended up working for the church for a little bit, doing youth pastor work, but fell in love with mission work, ended up moving to Haiti. And
I remember hearing about that.
Yep. We were missionaries for about 5 years in Haiti, did a lot of logistics there, building churches, schools, running a guest house there in Haiti. It was awesome. It was such an adventure. It was scary at times, but it was definitely a lot of stories coming from service and with 82nd and with our mission work, that's for sure.
Well, in Haiti, with so many issues over the decades, at least, maybe more, but you've relayed to me that with those issues, certainly important to know about and to discuss and try to work on. Wonderful people, the way you've described them.
My wife and I, there are times where things remind us of situations and things in Haiti. Even recently, just things that happen or smells, or we were in Sam's Club yesterday in Casper and saw some food that reminded us of Haiti, and it just takes you back to a place that's just so near and dear to our heart. And some of the people there are the best people you'll ever meet in your entire life. That's for sure.
You bet. Well, as we've mentioned, I have a son that serves. So when I heard about one of our pastors at now was Sheridan Wesleyan Church, now Ignite Wesleyan Church here in Sheridan. One of our pastors is from the 82nd Airborne and the Army, and so I glommed onto you a little bit because, hey, my kid's doing this and that. But because it's so important to me that our service men and women have support, our active duty, and of course our veterans, that they have support, I just wanted to make sure that I hooked you two up, that he had somebody, because he's next in queue. I mean, he's in a situation where he's something happens in the world, he has to go, and he's a jump master, and so he's responsible for a company. He's the company commander. I think he has 152, he mentioned is where he's at.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of responsibility.
He
sends pictures sometime of him loaded up with all his gear and, with a bunch of faces lined up on that C-130.
C-130.
Yeah. What's the big one? The bigger one, not the Hercules, but the Atlas.
Big one. Yeah,
the Atlas?
Yeah, and that can house a lot more people in there. That's a big boy.
Yeah, I've seen video of of the soldiers coming out of that. So, and you can see on their faces, they're concerned, and they want to know that their commander is credible
Yeah.
and capable.
Well, jumping out of a plane and being responsible for those guys out of a C-130 or C-17 or whatever it may be, that's a lot of responsibility, that's for sure.
Yeah, and like I said, you can see the looks on their faces in the videos that I've seen. And Joseph is jump master, and he's recently safety. What is that?
He's a safety. It's essentially a job description of somebody on the plane, of specific things you do.
Right.
Yep.
Well, that's what he's, of course. So there, how do I, introduce you as somebody that I went to with my concerns, and we prayed together many, many times.
Many times. Yep.
Not just about Joseph, but about you and your experiences with some of the soldiers you served with. And so that kind of brings us full circle now to the VOA and your position here. That's what I was trying to do anyway, and why I think they found the perfect guy in this this responsibility, this position that you're in. Again, your title is Director of Mission.
Director of Mission. Yep, that's correct.
I like that. It's very military.
It does feel very military, doesn't it? I think that was inadvertent, but yeah, it was kind of a fun title to have.
You bet. What did you come out of the Army? What was your rank?
I was an E5. I was a sergeant, so I was an NCO. I was in the midst of being promoted, but after we had our first daughter on my second deployment, we decided that was the end of it, and so I was done at that point. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so what led you to the VOA, or what led Volunteers of America to you?
Well, so moving from Haiti to Wyoming, drastically different, right? But we got kind of the in. We came to visit a buddy here who was the lead pastor of the church, Ignite Wesleyan, that you were talking about, and really just fell in love with this place and was offered a job, and we were working ourselves out of a job in Haiti anyway. And so it just worked out that we came and started working for the church. And my title there was Outreach and Missions. And so I wanted to see what was going on in the community. And obviously my heart's for veterans and what that looks like. And so naturally I found VOA, and we linked up together, and I actually started with a program that they were just starting called the Moral Injury Program, which we can get into here in a bit. But I started teaching with that program, learned a lot, helped write the book on it with a bunch of wonderful people, but been teaching moral injury classes ever since, and been doing that volunteer work. And then once my kind of job came to an end at the church, it was one of those natural check out what's going on at VOA, and it was just such an easy fit. VOA was definitely the right place for me to jump into right after the church. And so that's kind of how it morphed into a job.
So one of the issues, the mental health of our veterans. So Sheridan is very much ground zero, so to speak, of the with the VA here in town.
Yep.
That it is a big responsibility of this particular VA is mental health issues, PTSD issues, and so forth. Those things cause a lot of other problems.
Yes,
I assume. So I don't want to, don't be afraid to say no. Wrong, Bags. That's not true.
But you're hitting the nail on the head so far.
So thanks.
I'll call you out if I need to.
So one of the things that bothers me more than anything, and boy, if I get a look at this venue that I get to vent on, is the idea that we have any veterans homeless. And so veteran homelessness, it's a devastating reality. And we have it nationwide, but there are organizations like VOA, Volunteers of America, that are working on it. And so what are we doing? What's the plan?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different avenues, and specifically through VOA Northern Rockies, that we're one of the largest private providers of veteran services in the region. Like, we serve every county in Wyoming, in Montana, and western South Dakota. And so it's a lot there, and there's a lot of different services that we provide, including employment services, housing services, transitional housing, suicide prevention. Even in Rapid City, there's an awesome outreach center there for veterans, and so there's a lot of opportunity for service there. I know just this past year, VOA Northern Rockies served over 1,700 veterans in those aspects and in those ways, which is just incredible to think of. But really focused on homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, employment services. Those are kind of our big three, but really serving the whole veteran in every way.
Is there a big homeless issue in our region here in the Northern Rockies?
Yep.
Seriously,
There absolutely is.
it.
Yeah, and a lot of guys come to get service because our VA is so amazing. A lot of guys come here to get service for treatment, for substance abuse, for whatever it may be, and they come out of there and they have nothing and they don't know where to go or what to do. And so we have Freedom Hall and Independence Hall, which is transitional housing, which guys can come in. They have a safe place to call home where they can sleep, do laundry, take showers, get back on their feet, walk through a bunch of different programs and find a home. And so that transitional housing is very important, especially here in Sheridan where you have a VA like that.
We'll mention it more than a few times, but as folks hear something they can relate to, maybe themselves or someone they love and care for, how could they get a hold of you or the right people at the VOA to get help?
Yeah, absolutely. Easiest way I would say is visit our website at voanr.org. And so that's VOA Northern Rockies is just the abbreviation for it, .org. And up top at the top of the website, which I helped create when I was in communications in VOA, because that's where I started at VOA, which is awesome. Love the website, and they have done so much incredible things to it. But if you click on our services, and you can go on, you can see all the services that we have, but under there is veteran services, and it has a list of everything that we do, phone numbers to contact for which service, and even videos to watch to get more information about kind of what we do and how we serve.
One more time, that web address
is voanr.org.
Got it.
Yep.
So, homelessness now, to me, it was a little more obvious when I was in Denver, back home again, 5.5 years now. Mm-hmm. But I remember well the signs along the road of folks that were at least claiming to be veterans. You don't know, but also you don't know that they're not. And it was prolific. In fact, there were whole communities. When I left, there were whole communities, tent cities developing under bridges, under major overpasses, I-25 and Hamden, and there was these folks living under there. And it seemed to me that it got worse at some point, that somehow we lost track more recently than we used to about where they were and being able to get these folks off the streets and getting them some resources.
Yeah. One of the things that I think about often was coming back from Iraq, right? You have to out process and do all sorts of things. And when I was getting out of the military, it feels like a lot of times, and this isn't a call out, maybe it is, I don't know, a little bit of kind of how our veterans are treated, is you feel like a number. You're put in line, you're sitting in front of a doctor and it's like, hey, did you fire your weapon overseas? Are you okay? Do you feel like you need to talk to somebody? And at that point you're just check the box and move on. And it's kind of a shame it's done that way. Because I think if we sat down and actually talked to a lot of veterans, there is a lot of PTSD, a lot of moral injury that has happened that leads to exactly what you're talking about, to homelessness, to all sorts of things.
You've mentioned moral injury twice. I was going to get to that, but I'm going to put it in here so that I understand it better, and maybe some of our viewers and listeners. I understand, obviously, physical injury, and then I understand somewhat mental health effects possibly from being in the military, being in combat, etc. But what is moral injury?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a term. It's not technically new, but really it's surfaced recently, just in the past several years, and has really gained traction. So you have guys with PTSD, and you walk through that, right? Your head issue of seeing combat and doing things, and you have to work through that, right, with cognitive processing therapy or whatever it may be on those aspects of things. But then there's this part that's missing. After treatment of PTSD, after you're walking through that, there's still a heart issue. And so clinicians and people can't say, oh, hey, you might need Jesus. They can't really say that. A doctor can't really say that. It's one of those things where there's a deeper level issue. And I like to put it as an analogy of a house. So you own a house, right? And things go wrong in the house. Once the sheetrock can break, the plumbing can break, the electrical can break, and there's all sorts of things that can get busted up, but you can fix to a certain extent, right? And that's PTSD. Obviously, there's holes that you can punch in this analogy, but that's the kind of the basic things of it. But the moral injury side of things really is the foundation of that house that gets cracked. And so you can fix the sheetrock, you can fix the plumbing, you can fix the electrical, but when that foundation is cracked, it's going to continue to break and continue to break until you fix the foundation of your heart. Then that's what it is. So essentially, it's you have your moral compass of things that you objectively are morally right. And so when something goes against what's morally right in your mind that you've seen or done or has been done to you, it breaks that foundation or cracks that foundation a little bit at a time or a lot of time. It just depends on the situation and the person, but that breaks that moral foundation, the moral compass of who you are. And that kind of cracks your heart in a way that you don't really know. And so really it's just putting a name to having a deep heart foundation issue that you've been through.
All right. Well, yeah. And you can see where that moral injury could occur, and especially people who have served understand exactly what you're saying, and those of us who have not understand it better. All right, we're going to do a little break here, play some ads, and then come back and talk about a tough issue here, veteran suicide.
Yep.
And we'll get back. We'll talk about that a little bit here. This is Dustin Stevens, former pastor, current friend, and current director of mission at Volunteers of America for the Northern Rockies. We'll be back. It's 8:25. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right.
Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
Back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 8:29, 47 degrees and sunny in Sheridan, Wyoming, here in Bighorn Mountain Country. And I didn't have time to look to see how the southern part of the state, the central, and the western and eastern, but according to our forecast, mostly sunny today throughout the Cowboy State. Hope it's beautiful where you are, and you have something planned today outside. I've got an open house to do. My day job, or my real job, I'm a real estate agent with Century 21 here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and I've got a great little place to show off here later today. You can go to my website if you want to see what that looks like. But right now we're talking to Dustin Stevens. He's Director of Mission at Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies. And real quickly, so when you say Northern Rockies, what's the region that we cover?
So we cover all of Wyoming, all of Montana, and then basically western South Dakota.
Gotcha. And how many veterans would you say you're serving at this point? And sorry, I got a Ricola here, because usually okay. About the third hour of my show I start losing my voice.
I don't know how you do it, but no, so this last year we served about 1,700 veterans in our area. Yep. And pretty awesome, pretty amazing. And we served overall, clients overall was over 10,000. So across the area, which is significant for a wonderful company.
A little bit later, we'll talk about some of the facilities, which I've had been able to tour, very impressed with. We'll talk about that, but we wanted to get onto a very important subject right here in the middle of our show. It's 8:30, and you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with Dustin Stevens from VOA Northern Rockies, and I wanted to talk to you about veteran suicide and then veteran suicide prevention, and I don't know exactly where to start.
Yeah,
it's a terrible thing, and it's certainly even just to think about that somebody has served and would come back with maybe moral injury, physical injury, emotional, some legitimate PTSD, symptoms going on in their world, and then that suicide becomes an option. That breaks my heart.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a rough one to talk through. We have lost, and I hate this statistic, but we have lost more guys to suicide now than we did at war with my battalion, which is just a wild thing to even contemplate. Super sad to even think about.
So those of us who have not served, we have kind of preconceived notions of what potentially could drive somebody to get to that place in their life where that's an option. But that's probably, there probably isn't a typical scenario where that happens. But what are some of the scenarios where a veteran would be contemplating suicide?
Yeah. Well, I'm no counselor or therapist by any stretch, so that's my caveat before I jump in.
We're both sharing opinions.
Yeah, so. just an opinion. I think it could be like you said, a variety of things. I know there are times for me where certain things bring back memories, and I think it's that way for everybody. Like for me, if you smell like a candle that is apple cinnamon, I think of Christmas, right? I think of my opening presents with my family, and I think there's an opposite side of that to where smells, situations, things on the road, jet fuel, certain things can trigger memories. And so I know for me in the past where I've had my hardest issues or where things get triggered and I start spiraling, for lack of a better word, into a place to where it just feels deep and dark and you're alone and there's no hope. And that where that wrecked foundation of moral injury, of cracked foundation, just really feels like there's no end to it. And it's just hopeless. And you're just like, you don't care anymore.
Well, that's the description you gave of moral injury. So now this is happening over let's just use a cracked foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not starting from a good place. And
Correct.
now maybe things have started going wrong.
Yep. Well, and that's when the house starts breaking down, right? Your body physically, the proverbial sheetrock and plumbing and electrical that starts going haywire. That's the electrons in your body. Everything just feels bad. It feels wrong. And even when you're a strong believer like myself, like I love Jesus, but there are times where it feels absolutely hopeless. And that's when those things start breaking in your, the analogy of the house.
I want to first pause here, but I want to stay on track too, because I want to make sure we get the contact information out. If you or somebody you know is contemplating suicide and you're a veteran or they are a veteran, what contact information would you share with them?
If it's something that's happening right away, 911. It's one of those things. I have no issues with somebody. I might be mad at the moment, but if I was going through something and I said that I was suicidal in some way, shape, or form, call the authorities. That's the best way to do it, because you need help right then, right away.
Good advice.
If it's not an emergency, there's veteran hotlines that are available. You can text, you can call, and they're kind of posted all over. Or if you just need some information about where to go or what to do, or want more information about moral injury classes or whatever that looks like, again, our website at voanr.org is a great place to be.
That's what I was going with this. So maybe we can elaborate on some of the initiatives, your approaches to supporting veterans, especially ones that may be in that dark place. Yep. What would you recommend?
So veterans in there's a veterans crisis line. Essentially, if you just dial 988 on your phone, like you're calling somebody, and hit 1, or just listen to the prompt and it'll tell you what to hit.
988 is a suicide prevention. Veteran suicide specifically.
Yep. And honestly, it's a great hotline. There's people there 24/7, 365. There's people there to talk to, and they have great link ups with the VA. And so I know for me, this is very personal, but I've called the hotline before myself and talked to them for several hours at a time at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's been several years, and they said, hey, is that okay if we talk to the VA and get you linked up with a counselor and get you linked up with what you need with all your stuff? So after talking me down off the proverbial ledge, they linked me up with resources. And I've been getting help ever since. I'm seeing a counselor and on meds and doing what I need to do to get my PTSD or whatever it is under control for that. And so that 988 is a huge number to just have memorized. And that's why I have it so easy and so short to memorize.
Well, I'm just learning that.
Yeah.
That exists. I know there's suicide hotlines out there, but that there's one specifically designed for veterans at 988. So thanks for sharing that with me. Now,
absolutely.
In your position, Director of Mission, if somebody comes into the program or contacts VOA, Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies, they get someone that it's not just book learning.
Right.
That you've walked the walk, both from your service side and from feeling some of these emotions that we talked about when you came home. What, hearing back from, veterans who've come in, that's got to help them that they're talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just for an example, like our moral injury classes that we have, other classes as well, but I can speak specifically to the moral injury side, is we have veterans in those classes. Nobody's going to reach a veteran better than somebody who's like you said, walk the walk and talk the talk and been through what they've been through. And so every moral injury class, there's veterans in there to say, hey, here's my story and here's what I've walked through. And so they can relate to that and sit through that with another veteran, which is pretty cool.
So do they have what I would think, look, you know, in my mind's eye, they have group therapy, then there's, you know, maybe individual. Is that what they can expect? Maybe depending on where they are on the spectrum, what they might, what might they anticipate seeing when they've come to VOA?
A lot of it just depends on what their needs are and what the outcome is. We have a veterans services location here in Sheridan. I mean, we have them all over the place, but like here in Sheridan, you walk in and you talk to the front desk person and they'll help you out and figure out where your needs are, where you fit. And I mean, we have something for every veteran out there.
Do you coordinate? Is there a lot of communication between the Sheridan VA and VOA?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have a great relationship with the VA and a lot of different organizations in town, but VA is definitely a main one for sure. Yeah, there's people that come out of recovery and like I said, go to our transitional housing, which is a great opportunity for them to get back on their feet, find a job, find a home, get, you know, just the basics of what they need in life coming out of recovery from the VA, or vice versa. They come to our transitional housing waiting for a place at the VA to go to. And so there's this great relationship that we have with the VA, and the VA is great with our veterans, especially on the PTSD side and the mental health side.
You mentioned the transitional housing. I got to last year, you guys opened up a new facility not too far from here.
Yeah.
What was that? And maybe we can talk a little bit about what assets that you guys have here in town.
Yeah.
In Sheridan.
As far as veterans go, we opened, so we've hosted a place, the transitional housing home called Freedom Hall.
Freedom Hall.
On campus. Yeah. And Freedom Hall is an amazing place. We just expanded it and added more beds to that. And so we have opportunities to serve more veterans there, which is amazing. And that's right on campus where we have, our treatment facility, and our youth facility and independent living facility for youth. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there for a lot of different people, including veterans.
So it's obviously families as well, if that's the need. So here in Sheridan, because I've seen multiple facilities around town. So you have obviously the transitional housing, but then you have what I would call just an office complex as well. So that and probably some other things I don't know about.
Yeah, there's a lot. We have our residential treatment, which houses men and women in two separate buildings that are going through treatment, typically a 90-day or so program, sometimes less. We just opened our independent living center for youth, our Evans Independent Living Center for youth, which is a transitional housing for youth coming out of foster care, and they're aging out and they don't have a home. They don't have a place to go because they don't have a foster family. So what do? How do they get on their feet? And that was a gap that needed to be filled. And
Wonderful.
VOA stepped in that gap and said, we'll help do that. And so we just built some apartments for youth transition housing, which is amazing to have.
When I was able to visit when they were kind of opening the doors at Freedom Hall. First of all, it was a beautiful facility. It looked so inviting and clean and comfortable for somebody, which is exactly what I would want for a veteran. I don't like even the idea of them, we're going to get them off the streets and then we're going to put them in a dump,
Right.
They just don't deserve it. They deserve the absolute respect and the best we have. So that was my impression of Freedom Hall, but I also was blessed. It was a working operation. This wasn't just a tour. There were veterans who were living there.
Yep.
And a couple of them were willing to share their experience, and you could see their faces light up when they were able to explain what they had come from and look where I am now.
Yeah.
It is really a nice place.
Yeah, one of the big words we love at VOA, especially when it comes to our veterans, is dignity. Like they deserve what we can, everything that we can give them, everything we can provide. And even so on campus there, one of the things I'm most excited about is we have a chapel. We have a place of worship for them to go. We have chapel services every Thursday night, and they're, it's open to them if they want to come hang out with us. And it's just like a church service. It's an amazing time to get together and worship together.
And do probably Bible study.
Oh yeah,
during the week, and
there's opportunities for all sorts of stuff for sure.
Yeah, that it is an amazing. Well, I do want to talk a little bit about how we can help.
Yeah,
us out here that want to wait, because it's a little bit frustrating. You know, I'm a dad, and I praying every single day that Joseph comes out of this service okay. Mentally, physically, emotionally, morally, all the above. So I have a vested interest in that. And so again, my ulterior motives when I first approached you, I wanted to make sure that my son, when he was here, he met Dustin Stevens. But I do want to talk about how the community is involved, how they can be involved, because we are out here frustrated at seeing and even realizing that there's veterans homelessness that bothers a lot of us. So we're looking for ways that we can help.
Yeah.
And if you ask, you will receive at times. But let's do this last commercial break. It's 8:44 Saturday. May 3rd already, pal. Spring has sprung. Bad news for you. You had a big rain, probably snow in the high country system moving in tomorrow night, Monday and Tuesday. So it ain't over yet, but we are, it's spring, and everybody that lives here knows that the spring in the Rockies can be the wettest time of year. That's for sure. All right, we'll be back. This is Dustin Stevens. He is the Director of Missions at Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies. We're talking about veterans issues, and when we come back, we're going to talk about how us, can help. It's 8:45. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett at 8:48 on a Saturday. I do this every Saturday. Well, pretty much. I've got an event coming up here in a couple of weeks, Labor Day weekend, that Shireen, she is the exception. Let me just tell you about Shireen real quick, Dustin. She is the exception to the old adage, a face for radio. I tuned in. She was sub-hosting for Jake Nichols, our weekday Cowboy State Daily Radio host. And she was subbing, so, watching it, because that's the new thing for me, is that people can see me.
Yeah.
If you notice, I avoid going to my face because I noticed after the first couple of shows.
That's what you did.
Quit touching your face because people are watching. And anyway, so Shireen substitute hosted, and I'm like, wait a minute, why isn't she in television? So I'm just saying, I'm a happily married man and everything, but I'm not blind. Okay? So anyway, so Shireen will cover for me over the Saturday of Labor Day weekend.
Great.
So in reality, to make it manlier, it's a branding that we have been going to for 30 plus years.
I remember you talking about this before, actually.
Yes, and you met the wife, the Grant Ranch. That's Mary.
Gotcha.
Of that family, and so I don't do much anything manly anymore. They give me a big syringe to take care of, so don't get too excited. But I do go full on cowboy, and I'm available if they need me, and I certainly help out with the barbecue afterwards.
Absolutely,
and,
you got to do your
the
duty
poker
there.
party, and whatever else. So anyway, but that's me, 6A to 10A. That's Dustin Stevens. He is the director of mission at VOA. I'm going to Volunteers of America of Northern Rockies. Yep. So again, I'm going to have you take this opportunity to give out some contact numbers, and I'll do the first one because you talked about suicide prevention, and that there is a designated suicide prevention number, just 988.
988. Yep. And the prompting, you'll end up pressing 1 after that, but 988. Super simple, super straightforward.
And then contact for various programs at VOA Northern Rockies.
At voanr.org. Yep.
So before we went to break, I mentioned that I have spoken to many people, and they're generous folks, some who've given to Wounded Warriors, some that do Tunnels to Tower, as my family has. We've got involved with that and so forth. Through our church, we're tithers, and then I'm hoping that the church, I'm trusting that they're putting that money to the right place, and I pray about that constantly. Guide us, Lord.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where do we say what? But as far as folks who especially have a heart for veterans issues, how can they get involved? How can they help? How can they sponsor?
Yeah, there's several different ways. The easiest way on the financial side, because we need financial support, right? This is not free, the services that we provide. And so if you go to voanr.org, there's an option up top that says give, and you can click on there, and there's a subline that says, what do you want to give towards? Is it ministry? Is it, recovery? Is it veterans? Whatever it is. And so in that subline, you can write, this is for veterans, and give monthly, give a one-time amount, whatever it may be on there. And then, we can always use volunteers and people. Teaching moral injury and coming to hang out with our veterans, and there's a lot of different stuff ministry-wise even that we could do. And on that, you can just hit the contact form on the website, or if you're a veteran that needs help, or if you're somebody that just wants more information, you can call 1-844-4-VOA-VET.
You wrote it down for me.
Right there.
1-844 the number 4.
Number 4, and then
VOA
vet.
VET.
Yep.
All right.
That's the one. And so, I mean, all else fails. There's a bunch of different options on our website. So click around there at voanr.org, see our services. But if there's a veteran that needs help or you want to get involved, there's places almost on every page that you can do that on.
So what do you guys have coming up for the folks who are involved already with the VOA and maybe utilizing the facilities, and then maybe whatever's coming up that the community can get involved?
Yeah, well, we just finished our Sheridan Empty Bowl, which was awesome.
Well, this is terrible. So I had planned on pinning you down for this a long time ago. And, I'm a little flaky, and it slipped my mind, and I'm driving, and I see the sign, the empty bowl sign, and I'll get them on, we'll plug the empty bowl. And then I see the date. It was May 1st. How'd that go?
Oh, it went so good. We had 34 different soups that were donated.
34
different soups that were donated. We had a live band there. We raised over $70,000 for Sheridan Neighbors in Need and some of the various programs. And
was it 3 steps by chance?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't 3 steps.
3 steps is Dustin's band, and you are doing the Mayfly event at the park May 17th. What was that?
May 17th. Yep.
May 17th at Kendrick Park. Yep. So the bass player, if you see, I keep forgetting that people can see us, but that guy on bass, and you play the bass. We love it. Thank you for your generosity with your time at church.
Yeah.
So I get to see you up there thumping away.
Yeah. If you're in Sheridan this Sunday, come see me. I'm playing on bass on Sunday as well.
The 9 and 10:30 services at Ignite Wesleyan Church. I'm usually in the audience. My wife is up there sometimes.
She
singing up there. She's the alto.
Yep.
You're gonna
and does a great job.
Yes, very proud of her. I love it. I usually take a picture. I don't know if you ever looked out there when she's up there singing. I sneak it out. Yeah, she's with me. That's my gal.
that's mine.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks for tuning in. I thank you too for sharing your talent with us at church. But what else? I didn't want to jump too far ahead.
No, that's okay.
The agenda, what's on the schedule. So the empty bowl went well. Did you raise some funds?
Yeah, $70,000, just over $70,000 just for that empty bowl, which is just, God-sized.
Well, 34 different
soups. Hundreds of people showed up. It was just incredible. It was a good time. So we do have, not in Sheridan, but
where did that take place? Where was that?
At the fairgrounds.
At the fairgrounds.
Yep, at the fairgrounds. So we do have another empty bowl coming up, but it's in Cheyenne. It's in a couple months. So
good. I'm glad you mentioned. I get focused, and I apologize. People listen throughout the region, probably anywhere in the world. But I live here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and I'm learning to expand. My last radio gig was our signal probably got to outside of KC, and maybe as far as Hardin, and 20, 30 miles east of Buffalo. And
this is much further.
So my head, and I will, ladies and gentlemen, I will. So that's a good thing that you brought up, that the VOA is not just Sheridan, it's Northern Rockies, and you have facilities and so forth throughout the state. Where else in the state are you guys?
We're for veteran services, we're in every county. And so other services just depends on what it is. Like we have a residential services. People come from all over. We have people from everywhere coming for the services, but we're all of Wyoming, all of Montana, and western South Dakota, including Rapid City. So a lot of places around there. But Cheyenne's Empty Bowl is coming up here in a couple months, so keep an eye out for that. Just follow us on Facebook or social media, and we'll definitely post about it, create an event, and it'll be a fun time to get together for that too.
You bet. So we don't miss anything. Veterans in need across the Northern Rockies region may not know where to turn. We want to make sure that they have all the information and resources on how they can get help from VOA. And as you mentioned earlier, with anything urgent with suicide, that 911 is probably the best bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to emphasize that because I did mention the 988 number.
Yeah.
But I don't want. I mean, if we're in that situation or somebody you love is 911 first, and then maybe if it's not, as you mentioned, somebody standing on the ledge, that the 988 is a good
it's a great
backup.
Number. It's a great number. Lots of wonderful people that work for that hotline, and it definitely will get you some help.
As we talked about early at the beginning of our show, we talked about the issue of homelessness of our veterans, and I really think that there is a concerted effort on behalf of many patriots out here that that is just wrong, and we can't accept it. What happens when a veteran or even any homeless person refuses help? I mean, do you have? You can't chase them around with a net.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It's one of those that just keep after him. I mean, that's one of those things where a lot of veterans coming out with moral injury or PTSD feel like they don't deserve anything. And so that's where I've seen a lot of veterans kind of end up like, I don't deserve it, so I might as well just live on the streets and do whatever. We care, and veterans out there need to know that we care. And so if there's a veteran out there that feels like that, we do care. And if there's somebody out there involved with a veteran that feels that way, just keep letting them know that you care and you're here for them, and that there's opportunities out there for them to get back on their feet.
And you've been there, so you can relate. And it's
Absolutely
so important for them to know that they're talking to somebody to a certain level can really understand and relate to what they may have dealt with and maybe what they're dealing with. So, yeah. Well, you made it to 9 o'clock, buddy. I told you this was going to be easy. It's a tough topic. It's tough to talk about this stuff, but it's important to do it. And I feel in my own little tiny way through you, having you here, that maybe we've contributed a little something.
I hope so.
To say
That's
sincerely to veterans, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
God bless you, and I hope you heal and you're healthy and happy all the rest of your days.
Yep.
Thank you for your service, and God bless America.
And you're not alone. That's a big one.
All right. Thanks, pal.
Awesome.
We'll be back. We're going to talk football after the news here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. As conservatives across the nation have rallied behind President Donald Trump and Elon Musk's efforts to reduce government waste through the Federal Department of Government Efficiency program, the Wyoming Freedom Caucus wants to follow that model at the state level. Cowboy State Daily's Leal Wolfson reports that in outlining its goals for the upcoming interim legislative session, the Freedom Caucus says doging Wyoming's budget is a top priority to identify unconstitutional and wasteful spending.
I spoke to Representative John Baer, the chairman emeritus of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, about this. And Baer said one specific thing that he would like to doge is looking at state grants. He's concerned about that. And Baer also pointed out that he believes that giving money to any nonprofits is debatably unconstitutional under the Wyoming Constitution.
Although he's said before that he only wants to prevent an increase in state spending, Baer told Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday he also wants to put those state grants under the microscope. On Tuesday morning, Bobby Watts chased two burglars away from a Riverton business he manages, helped deputies investigate, went to confront one of the suspected burglars on the road, and took some gunshot shrapnel to his upper arm. Then, he told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, he started his normal workday.
The remote connection to the business alarm waking him like 3:20, and he goes and kind of chases down two guys that had broken into the shop and sees a getaway vehicle, which the sheriff's office associates with a female who's still at large. And his wife chases the getaway vehicle down to a trailer park where authorities find it and gets the license plate number. And then Watts helps deputies with their investigation. They're looking through video and helps them identify the one guy they caught on the highway. And then later on, someone says, oh, there's a guy with a bucket walking down the road. It's like, that's our bucket. That probably has all our keys in it. So he goes to confront the guy in the bucket. He gets shot at through the windshield of his his F-350 and he ducks just in time. He gets his arm, what he calls cauterized from hot lead shrapnel from where the bullet hit the windshield, flowed, splintered. Little lead beads in his hoodie that he didn't get to keep because investigators took it for part of their investigation. And that was just early morning. After that, he had a full day of work.
Office later that day identified the suspected burglars as 18-year-old Kenneth Heba and 32-year-old Kevin Pino. They're both in custody and charged with felonies. To save Wyoming wildlife from getting tangled up in fences and dying, it helps to know where the fences are and what condition they're in. That's what researchers told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines, adding that the 2024 Absaroka Front Fence Inventory in northwest Wyoming will help to do just that.
It's good to know exactly where all the fences are located and kind of superimpose that with the wildlife migration route so that people have a much clearer picture of, hey, we can put in wildlife fencing here or wildlife-friendly fencing here, or, hey, here's a 5-mile section of crappy old fence that nobody's using anymore. We can just go in and tear that out.
More than 155 miles of fences were mapped and measured. That included 27 miles revealed to be in need of repair or modifications to make them safer for deer, elk, antelope, bighorn sheep, and other wildlife. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Bruno is a huge male grizzly best known as a frequent suitor of Wyoming's beloved Grizzly 399, and he put on a rare show in Grand Teton National Park as he went ice fishing for trout. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to Neil Simmons, who runs Roam Wild Photo Tours in Grand Teton. He was with some clients late last week when they rounded a corner on the nearby road just in time to witness Bruno's antics.
When the Snake River at Oxbow in Grand Teton National Park was still frozen over last week, he walked out on the ice and was like busting through the ice with his paw and grabbing fish. And he falls through the ice at one point, but of course he doesn't care. He's a bear. I talked to the person who took the video and they said it was really cool. They've been following the bears of Teton for 10 years. Said he'd never seen anything like that.
Wyoming Game and Fish large carnivore specialist Dan Thompson told Cowboy State Daily that Bruno's ice fishing venture was rare behavior. However, grizzlies are extremely intelligent and can get creative when it comes to finding a meal. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back and good morning. Cowboy State Daily Radio 906. John Baggett. I'm here at Sheridan, Wyoming, and I am switching gears here. We had a pretty serious topic last hour, talking about veterans issues and suicide prevention and those things with Dustin Stevens, my former pastor and currently director of missions at the Volunteers of America Northern Rockies. But I'm heading into the Zoom room here. Now, this is Drake. Drake, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay, John?
You betcha. Drake, how's Dominic? Is he okay? Is he out
Dominic there? Dominic is fine. He's on the way to West Michigan for the championship game today.
You bet. The championship indoor football championship, correct?
Yes, the American Indoor Football
Championship. Now, Drake, what's your last name, and what's your position with Wyoming Cavalry?
My last name is Roach, R-O-A-C-H. So my full name is Drake Roach,
Gotcha.
and I'm the team president and part owner of the Wyoming Cavalry, and I'm super excited, to get up there and get the ball rolling and get in some pro football.
Where are you now? Currently, you yourself, Drake?
I'm currently in Cedar Rapids.
Gotcha. I know that we had a American indoor football team in Casper for a while, but the big news for those that don't know is that you're moving down the road here a little bit. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming, so I'm about it's about a 90-minute drive for me to get to Gillette, and that ain't much for us Wyoming folks, Drake. I'll tell you what. It's 2 hours to Billings that way, 2 hours to Casper that way, a little under 2 hours to Gillette that way, and we're about 4 hours from Yellowstone. But boy, we like football out here, my friend. And the good news with this conversation, number one, is that I get to talk football because I'm fanatic, if not to the point of illness, a football fan. As I've told,
sound like me.
I'm telling you, I tell people I like virtually any contact sport, and I think it's an insight into maybe some of the issues that I have mental health wise, but especially football, grew up playing it and so forth. And with our conversation, and I'm all over the place now as I do the introduction, but I'll narrow it down. I have witnessed arena football. The Denver Dynamite played in Denver, and I worked for media operation down there, and I was able to go to multiple games. And arena football is different from the American Indoor Football League. I get that. But the concept is similar, right?
100%.
Yeah, I love
the excitement. The excitement's there at any arena football game because people are going over the wall catching footballs. It's just crazy.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. Well, so somebody who's never seen it, it's you played a hockey or basketball. I would describe it more like a hockey setup without the ice, obviously. But there's walls there, padded walls. And so, how many people are playing at one time? How many on offense? How many on defense?
8 on each side of the ball. So 3 big boys and everyone else is skill.
And everybody now, do they play? Remind me, do they play more like the Canadian football rules, where people are in motion and can be moving towards the line of scrimmage, unlike American football, where that's illegal procedure?
Yes. So you can have 2 receivers running in motion before they snap at the ball. So they're having a full head of steam with a 10-yard head start against the defense.
Yeah.
And that breeds for a lot of touchdowns and a lot of excitement.
Well, no doubt about it. And the arena itself becomes like the 9th defender. Some of the best hits are similar to a hockey check where they go into the wall.
It's even crazier when they go over the wall. I've seen it. I had a guy last year go through the wall. He had to fix it after he got back in out. Crazy.
Man, that's crazy. It is very, very exciting sport. But so let me roll it back just a little bit. We got a little bit of a breakup in our signal here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Oh,
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we just had a moment there where we kind of went in and out. It's Wi-Fi driven, so as you know. So this is Drake Roach, and you mentioned that you're the president, and what other part of the operation?
Part owner.
Part owner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be easy enough to remember. So tell people what, I'm going to give you the opportunity, give you the floor. What are the Wyoming Cavalry? And what league are you in, and what happened? How did you get from how did the Wyoming Cavalry get from Casper to Gillette?
Okay, so we play in the American Indoor Football League. So right now we're across 5 time zones. We got 2 teams in Iowa, a team in Michigan, 1 in Pennsylvania, and now the greatest team I think is going to be the best team next year, the Wyoming Cavalry playing in Gillette. The reason why we chose the Cavalry name was because it's a really great name, and I think it embodies the state of Wyoming and the type of team that we're bringing to Wyoming. Because we're bringing the special forces out, and we're bringing some ballers out, and it's the only professional sports team back in Wyoming. And I think everyone will love it because we'll have a great product, we'll have a great quarterback, great defense. So we're coming there to win. We want to bring a championship there next year.
So Drake Roach and Dominic Montero are the owners, and so these are professional athletes. So
Yes.
it's not just you and your buddy Thanksgiving weekend out playing some tag or flag football. This is a professional sport.
Yes. It's not like Jim and Joe, who's 37 years old, just giving it a go one day. This is ages from 21 to 31, guys trying to move up and get to the next level.
You bet. This gives them an opportunity to keep playing and to stay competitive. I know when I was a younger man, that when I was finally done with high school and college ball, I wanted to continue playing, and there were what they called semi-pro teams around Denver, and one of which practiced nearby, and I went many, many times. So I was probably 27, 28, 29 years old, and I went and watched them, and in my mind somewhere was that, I can still play this game. But this is different because it is a league, it is competitive, there's home games and there's travel games.
Yes. They'll be traveling. The boys will be traveling pretty far coming from Gillette.
Yeah.
But we're prepared for that. And that's also a big excitement of playing professional football is you get a chance to travel to different cities to play football. You're not there on vacation. It's always a business trip. You might have a little fun here and there, but right after the game, we usually head out depending on how far the trip is, or we'll stay a couple nights to be comfortable.
You bet. Now let's talk about who they are. First, if you don't mind, introducing the rest of your staff, who's operating Wyoming Cavalry. By the way, you play at Camplex, the facility there. I'm assuming the main arena there at Camplex in Gillette.
Yes.
And so who else is on the staff? And then we'll get into the coaches. And then I want to talk about the players.
So we have Coach Coleman, who's our GM, and we have Coach Hess, who's an assistant coach.
So just two coaches.
Yeah, right now, I mean, we give the coaches the opportunity to build their staff since we start next spring, so it'll change. It just depends on like who they want to pick and who they want to help out.
Likely to have a defensive coordinator and then offensive coordinator. It may be the same person with wearing multiple hats in a team that size. How many? First of all, is that correct?
If
as far as
so
offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator, like you see typically on a football program.
Yes, yes. And sometimes they'll even go as far as hiring positional coaches, like just a defensive back coach and running back coach, quarterback coach, wide receiver coach. It's football. It's just football done indoors. And some coaches want a plethora of assistant coaches, and some coaches just want to be the main guy. So I just like to kind of give that to their discretion because it's their job to win us football games.
And the size of a team. I mean, how many players do you get to keep on a roster, and is it the same across the league?
Yes. So you get 25 total on your roster, but you can only have 21 total active on game day. So you can have 4 reserve players, and you can cut and make adjustments or drops up until the Thursday before the game. So if we were playing a game today, all our roster moves would have been made on Thursday, finalized, submitted, and approved.
And the schedule in 2026 is when we launch the Wyoming Cavalry here over in Gillette. And what's the season from start? I mean, when do they start and when's the season end typically?
March through June, typically. If we can move it up, like West Michigan is having a championship this year, and it's May 3rd. So our season will end around May 17th. So the latest, the first week of June, in a perfect world, March through May.
So do you have
in February? We have February games too, just depending on the dates for away games.
So do you guys have a draft? How do you get your players?
So we recruit recently graduated college players and free agents that have either already been playing arena or they might have fell from glory, like NFL training camp invite, and now he's down. Might have played in the CFL, and now he's down playing arena football. We really catch players in all the different stages of their career, except the tail end. We don't really want, the 33-year-old defensive back who's still just trying to play. What'd you say?
I was just going to ask if you ever get any locals that try out. Do you have a tryout or something resembling that?
Yes, we will have a tryout this fall. And my goal is to have as many great local football players as possible.
I love the idea of that. And when we say local around here, it's a pretty wide circle that we draw. That with Wyoming, we don't have a lot of competition. In other words, we don't have to worry about another team coming in and stealing our Wyoming players from the Wyoming Cavalry. So let's talk about, why don't we do a commercial break? And when we come back, I want to talk about who these players are, number one, and what drives them to do this. So you mentioned earlier about wanting to continue playing football, but maybe you can describe the character of some of these guys that are playing in the American Indoor Football League for the Wyoming Cavalry. And then we'll talk some more about, expectations for the upcoming season with a new operation. So stick around here. We'll take a break. We're talking to Drake Roach. He's the owner and director. I think you mentioned team president. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Drake Roach is our guest in the Zoom room on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. It's 9:20 on a Saturday. I'll be here till 10, and we're talking some football. So stay tuned to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. it always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. 9:22 on a Saturday. Sunshine over most of the Cowboy State today. A little breezy in some areas. Not so much around here. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. And I'm back in the Zoom room with the president and owner, one of the owners of Wyoming Cavalry, American Indoor Football. Yeah, we're talking football here in May. You guys are coming back and start kicking the season off for 2026. Playing at the Camplex in Gillette, which ain't that far away from us here in Sheridan, Wyoming. But as I said earlier, I'm just a big fan of football, and I have seen indoor football before. It was a different league, but the Denver Dynamite, but it was extremely exciting. It was something that we did. I did it a lot with my buddies. We would go and check it out because it's exciting and it looks painful, to tell you the truth, right? But in that Zoom room is a gentleman who knows the team intimately. And so before we went to the break, I mentioned that I wanted to kind of hear maybe some of the guys that you're targeting for the football team and who they are and maybe what their characters would be in order to fit the bill to be a, what do you call them, cavalrymen?
Yes.
Yeah, you betcha. So who are we looking at?
We're really targeting guys who might have been out of school 1 to 3 years, 4 years, with a couple of veterans mixed in, with a couple of vet arena guys who've been playing for 5 or 6 years. But it's really, I'm not going to say guys who fall from glory, but guys who are looking for that shot to show their worth on a football field. Because we're not like the MLB. There isn't 57 minor league,
right,
football teams that you can just, sign a contract for that has a path straight to the top. It's kind of NFL, CFL, UFL, all arena. That's kind of the best that you get when it comes to playing football after college. Now, are we looking for our knights in shining armor? Of course. But you also have some dudes who might have just had a small issue in school, or might have had a child their senior year, caused them to miss some time, but they're really great football players. So it's our job to find the diamonds in the rough and put them in a place and give them a platform for them to show their skills so they can make it to the next level. A guy from Billings just got a camp invite.
Is that right? Anybody,
Yeah.
a name you want to share, or we'll just have to wait until it gets out on the press release?
Oh, his name is Khalil Slaughter. He went to Westchester in Pennsylvania. A couple of my former teammates actually played with him. But we have a guy that's playing for the Chaos today named Jordan Cotton, and he played in the CFL. But he's one of our vets who's playing arena and killing it. He's scoring 3 to 4 touchdowns a game. So I'd say for the most part, the cream of the crop are the younger dudes fresh out of school, still hungry, trying to get their camp invites, to get their film and get out. And then a small percentage of the roster are the vets who keep the young guys in tune, make sure they're not out doing stupid stuff, getting in trouble, and keeping them on that straight and narrow path so they can be successful for themselves.
Well, they can certainly find trouble in Wyoming, but maybe not as much than in a bigger city. Hopefully, right? We'll get them out there shooting prairie dogs or something. We'll turn them into cowboys once they get here. How's that? But there's a funny thing that happens. There's people that I know. I mentioned earlier that I love contact sports. I like boxing. I like MMA. I like hockey. I like, but nothing compares to football. I'm obsessed with it at times. My wife would vouch for that. But the thing about football, as you mentioned, there's a farm system for baseball. Football, it's the strangest thing. You can be the prime of your manhood at 22, 23 years old, played high school, played college ball, and then all of a sudden it's over. Tackle football. You can play flag football. I did into my early 40s. on flag football teams. But it's almost a shock to your system. You're 22 years old, 23 years old, and you never get to play tackle football again. It's sad actually, but for some folks now with indoor arena football, there is another option with people who still have that desire to play tackle football.
Yes, and that's kind of the only option unless everyone's not going to be Kurt Warner, granted. But everyone also isn't the number one pick in the NFL draft. And you'll get dudes who are just undrafted free agents and might have had their shot, or you get some people who never even got the shot to be an undrafted free agent, and they're trying to grind it out the mud. So this is really the only platform that they have to make it to the Canadian Football League or even the UFL now.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our guys, that's like my biggest goal is to send guys to the UFL. So once they get to the UFL, sky's the limit. But even getting them there, they still need tape and recent tape. They can't go off. You graduated 2 years ago. They can't go off that tape. You're a whole different man now. You might have gained like 30 pounds. You might have had that at-home weight. Mama's cooking back at home after college.
I know what you're talking about. Boy, it happens fast. I'm telling you. You look like you're in pretty good shape.
Quick.
Drake, but yeah, you're just used to eating at the training table, and then all of a sudden you're still eating like you're at the training table, and you ain't training.
You ain't training, yeah.
It's not like you
You're
used
here
to.
porking down 6 meals a day, but you're not running like you used to. So it's our job to like see that, like, hey, I mean, your tape looks great, but come out for a tryout. That's what the tryouts are for.
Yeah.
Come out for a tryout. Let's see where you're at, athletically, physically, mentally. Mentally is a very important part of the whole process because you can't have a bunch of boneheads running around there.
No, people have no idea how complicated. Well, people who've played football do, absolutely. But you're a Monday morning quarterback watching the Broncos play the Chiefs, and you're tossing out, hey, he's got to throw to this guy. He should be doing this, that. If you've ever, I don't know, but a playbook, I've seen being in Denver media for many, many years, covering the Broncos, the 850 KOA. We were their flagship station and was blessed to be able. I mean, I'm holding my hands up here showing a playbook that could be this thick. So
Playbook's insane.
Yeah, so you can't be thick, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you can't have a thick skull.
If you think you're going to play football, what's in the indoor football league, American Indoor Football League, AIF, is it similar? I mean, is it pretty? Can it be, at least offensively, I would assume, a complicated playbook?
Now, I will say the playbook that I had in college, I played defense in college. The playbook I had in college was pretty big. It was like kind of what you showed. But the beauty about arena football is it is a simpler game. There's only so many things that you could do, but it's more personnel driven. So you can have a thick playbook like that, but it caters to your personnel and who's getting the ball more. Kind of like outside football, but it's more reinforced indoors because if you really want one guy to get the ball or two guys to get the ball, that's the playbook this game, boys. That's just what we're doing. But then you might want to switch lanes depending on the next team that you play. But the playbooks aren't as big because our surface area isn't as big. We're playing on 50-yard field versus 100, and then the walls are out of bounds. So we could like play around with some concepts of certain routes that just like rub routes are huge in indoor football, and wall routes are pretty huge. Trying to get people on the outside. But there also are a lot of inside dig and rubber routes because all the meat and potatoes is in the middle of the field. So it is, I'd say sometimes it's complex, but to make it simple, not that bad.
With the wall there, both at the end zone and then the sideline walls, are there plays designed to I think about like a brush off block or whatever, using the wall as part of the strategy. How do you incorporate the wall into the strategy?
You can run two guys. Let's say we're 5 and in, first and goal on 5-yard line. We got doubles to the right, one receiver out to the left, and we got one running back in the backfield and quarterback. So we had one high motion guy in that double set. He could fly up and run it out, and then the outside guy could just run along the edge of the wall and sit in the middle of the end zone. He can literally just run the curve of the wall,
Right.
and then we could send that opposite receiver on a drag, and then we could send the running back on just like a 2 second block and just send him in the middle of the field. Now that guy who's running on the wall, he's literally just running around everyone else who's kind of washing out. So that's like the best way to describe how you use the wall in the end zone. And then if he's like 6'6", just throw it to him and he can jump. And if he catches it, he can go into the crowd and it still counts as a touchdown.
So do you guys, I think I recall, I mean, what is the kicking game like?
So we don't punt. Everything's go for it or kick. So I'm not the biggest fan of kicking unless it's going in overtime. But you can kick from anywhere on the field. And if you miss it, the other team can receive it and return it.
And does it bounce
And you
off like
can
a net and they can take it off the net and return it?
not so much in our league. That's more like a AFL rule.
Got it.
If it goes out, it goes out. We'll just place it at the 10. Um, but you can also kick when you kick off. If you make it in the uprights, it counts as 2 points.
Two. Okay. Yeah. See, that's
Yeah.
that I couldn't recall how the scoring. I was just going to ask you about what this is. The scoring the same, 6 for a touchdown, and do they kick an extra point? Or
Yeah, you have the option to go for 2 or kick an extra point. So same 6 for touchdowns, 1 for extra points, 2 obviously for 2 point conversions, and then it's what we call the deuce, is when we're kicking off the ball after a touchdown. If the kicking team makes it in the uprights, that counts as 2 points also.
gotcha. So you can put up as many as 9 points on a score.
Yeah,
Yeah,
within like 30 seconds.
no doubt. Fast and furious. I've got one more commercial break to take here in a minute, but I did want to talk about, it's indoors. And so what's that atmosphere like? That's got to be interesting. It kind of opens up a lot of opportunities as far as being, lighting and raucous noise and stuff. So how the fans get involved, the atmosphere is kind of what I'm curious about here when we get back from our last break before we talk about it. So it is 9:35. It's Cowboy State Daily Radio. We're talking to Drake Roach, who is the president and one of the owners of the Wyoming Cavalry, which will be playing next year, 2026, in Gillette at the Camplex Complex. And it's football, and I have seen indoor football before, and I'm here, and why I wanted to book this show to say that it is an exciting sport, and especially for folks who love football, number one, and folks who love contact, this is a great sport for you. So when we get back, we'll talk a little bit what like your experience might be going to a Wyoming Cavalry football game next season. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Thought I'd crank it up a notch there, Drake. Welcome back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. And Drake Roach is one of the owners and the president of the Wyoming Cavalry, playing in Gillette next year. And we're talking football, and I'm very excited about it here. I want to get some photos up here because we're going to talk a little bit about the experience that people can expect when they go to an American indoor football game. Get me back in the Zoom room. There you are, my friend. So while we're talking, I'm going to kind of give you the floor a little bit because I want to bring up some pictures here of the excitement that goes on. So if I get a little distracted, that's because I'm checking out some. Oh, I got the May Day picture. Hang on here. Let's see here. Here we go. Got some football photos. Okay, so right here, open up. Bam! Okay, so as we're talking about it, again, so this is indoor football. It's played on what's probably similar in size, maybe a little bit bigger than a hockey arena. Am I right, Drake, so far?
Yeah. It's about the same size as a hockey rink.
And so the image I have here is let's see, a couple of guys. Let me get another picture up. But these are guys playing indoor arena football. And go ahead, describe a little bit how it looks and what happens at an American indoor football game.
So we play on a 50-yard field with 5 to 10-yard end zones. And the best seat in the house is right against the wall. So we have fans lined on the entire wall around the entire field, around both end zones.
I don't know if you can see the picture I have up here, but that's exactly what I'm showing is the wall, and there's fans right there. Looks to me like they could take a face mask to the noggin if they're not paying attention.
Yeah, I can't see the picture, but I'm really good at describing it, so it's crazy.
You bet, yeah. But, perfect. We're on the same page, it seems like. But, yeah, I know you can't see it, but our audience can. I'm showing pictures of indoor football happening in an arena, indoor arena. So go ahead and finish your thought process there.
Awesome. So everyone that's sitting around there usually has free food and free beer options, and players will come over and sign autographs in the middle of the game. So it's a super fan immersed version of outdoor football. Like imagine going to a Bears game, but sitting on a bench. So that's pretty much the excitement of it. Now, there is no bad seat in the house. Everyone's kind of huddled up in there, and the Camplex is a great venue for indoor football. So there is no bad seat. Footballs going to the stands, players going to the stands, T-shirts going to the stands, mini foam footballs going to the stands. We're having contests and games on the field during the game. And we also do autograph signings after each game, autographs and pictures. So you could literally be talking to a guy, talking smack to him all game, and then go walk up to him and take a picture and get his autograph right after the game's over. It's a super electric atmosphere. People are screaming. But we also have the thrill of not being outside. So when it's like -2 degrees outside, it's a cool 70 inside. We're playing football.
I'm checking out the Wyoming Cavalry logo. I like it. I mean, it really does harken back. Those of us who are from around here, I grew up here, went away for quite a while, but moved back home about 5.5 years ago. We understand what the U.S. Army Cavalry meant to this region. We have Fort McKenzie here in Sheridan, Wyoming. It's a fort that was built in the late 1800s that housed cavalry units, of course. And that is one cool logo. It's and again, I understand that you can't see it, but it is cavalry swords crossing each other over the mountains. Those look like the bighorns to me. That's where we are. You'll know it better. In fact, hopefully you'll be able to make it over here, because I know I'll make it over there at some point for an American indoor football game. But we've got the Bighorn Mountain Range right here, so we're kind of in between Gillette and Yellowstone, if you're heading west. And so I really like this logo. You guys chose well.
Thank you. Fun fact, me and Dominic actually played college football together at Valley Forge Military College in Pennsylvania.
So you have a very good knowledge of the American expansion west and what the cavalry meant to the folks that were headed west to settle this part of the world.
Yes, that's in part why we chose the name.
So let's talk about, okay, so we've moved it along this far. Obviously, we got to talk about what's going to happen, when we launch this season. It's a new team, new town, new venue, new part of the country. What do you guys expect when you put this team together? What kind of team will the Wyoming Cavalry be come 2026?
They will be a stout, very strong, and well-behaved football team that's going to be doing a ton of community outreach in the community of Gillette and in other towns around the state. So we just want to just put on a great show and have a lot of quality guys who are going to act right and do their job and really embrace the Wyoming lifestyle and go out, have fun, go to places like Dickey's, enjoy themselves, come back, practice, and just interact with the community there. Probably hold a couple football camps in the summertime, but really just be something super positive so the community can come out and support it and have something to do from February, March to May and June, when there's not that much to do in that time of the year.
I think you'll find that Wyoming folks are very hardy people. We're not afraid of a little bit of weather, that's for sure. We get out in it. They're tough here. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised as you get to know more and more of us when you get out here. Wyoming folks love football. Obviously, we claim Josh Allen. He's ours. I don't care if he did do a year of junior college before he got here, but we had him for 3 years, even though he was injured. Part of what I got to see him play his senior year, 3 home games in Laramie. I was living in Denver at the time, and it was about a 3-hour drive north from Denver to get to Laramie. And then his junior year, I got to see him play, I think. So a total of 4 games. It would have been once his junior year. And it was that once his junior year that I recognized that we had something extraordinary. His sophomore year, he got here and he was in the game. I think it was 12 minutes, and he broke his collarbone. And is like 2 plays into his college career, finally playing Division I college football. Had no looks, as you know the story. Had no looks from any Division I college programs in the country except Wyoming. And so, again, we claim him as our own because he showed up. We recognized right away his level of talent, and he found a way to fit in. Now, he's a farm boy from eastern California, which ain't the same as a surfer from Malibu, for sure. And so he fit in with his personality. When I say fit in, he understood what he was getting himself into, that he was getting into a small community, and he managed to stay out of trouble and so forth. I recognize that we're going to have some guys from the inner city. We're going to have some guys, who played probably in bigger operations, et cetera. How are they going to be in a place like Gillette, Wyoming? I love the fact that you brought up about community participation. I think that's how they would acclimate the best is to get involved. How do you think they'll acclimate?
I think they're fair pretty well. There's like a lot of benefits to going to sometimes a place that's not as busy, like LA or New York. I went to school in Northeast Ohio at a small school called Mount Union. And that really benefited me playing in a community like that because it's a small town, small school. Akron's an hour away, Youngstown's an hour away, Cleveland's an hour and a half away. And that breeds focus and more support. So it lets you hone in on your skills a little more, and also doesn't distract you from doing things that you might want to go do. But you can also have fun and still do what you want to do there. I just think it gives you more focus on your craft.
Well, if I can give any advice, so I have a funny background. I grew up until I was 15 years old in Miami, Florida. And then my folks got divorced, and my father moved west. And in order to keep me out of trouble, they shipped me off to Wheatland, Wyoming in 1976. Do the math. That's how old I am, brother. Yeah. It turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. The people have a work ethic here. They judge, we're not supposed to judge, but they judge you based on how hard you work and your character. And I recognized that right away. And what I did, now when people ask me, where am I from, no matter where I am in the world, and I have family in Europe, I have family still in South Florida and on the East Coast that I visit often. Just so you know, I get a Beach Jones every year. That has never left me. But I got involved with the Western cowboy lifestyle, almost being, sent to purgatory. They put me to work on a ranch. The summer I moved to Wyoming right after, before my sophomore year of high school. And so here I was, this kid that was wearing, flip-flops and on South Beach. Now I was wearing Wrangler's cowboy boots and fixing fence, scooping horse crap out of barns, and riding horses and doing cowboy things. So my advice, why am I going down that road telling my sad story, is that the players and coaches get involved in some of the Western lifestyle. The cowboy lifestyle is alive and well out here. And it's one, especially a guy like you who's played the game, and understands what I mean when I say people of character, and show leadership skills. A lot of these cowboys, that's who they are. They very much fit that description. And I know, I'm confident that you're going to run into what we call the Western hospitality. You're going to be welcomed into the community of Gillette and all of the region. Again, this is very much a regional football team, because people will be coming from all over. We'll travel further distances to come see a Wyoming Cavalry game than probably any other team in the league, because we do live so far apart. But that's, just my kind of insight into, acclimating into a place like Gillette, Wyoming, and the Rocky Mountain region. They're great people, and good Lord, that's why I was bringing up Josh earlier. Do we love football out here?
Yeah, that's amazing because I love football and I'm an extremely hard worker. So I think I'll fit right in. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll
coming
see.
to town next week.
One of these ranches, one of these cowboys on one of these ranches is watching this right now, and he's going to figure out how to get a hold of you, and they're going to invite you to a branding. Branding season is coming up here. We're right before it. That means the cattle, the calves are wrestled to the ground. Cowboys still to this day, some of them will wrestle a calf down and the branding irons come out, and it's where bulls become steers and all of that. But one of these ranchers out here is watching this and listening to this and saying, I'm going to invite that guy out to our ranch for our branding so that he can kind of see that lifestyle. And I highly recommend that you do it, because it gives you a whole new level of respect for how hard these farmers and ranchers in these small communities work out here. So, and here you are.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Tell them
Oh,
to
you'll
email.
see.
Call me up.
In fact,
I'll go.
yeah. In fact, I'm going to bring up. Give me a second here. I'm going to bring up the phone number. I've got a phone number and a. Let me close that first. And there we go. This is the number. Call or text me. I can put you in touch with the team over that will be in Gillette, the Wyoming Cavalry American Indoor Football Program. Text or call me at 307-278-9598, 307-278-9598. Or you can email me right here to the studio at, Wyoming Bags 307 at gmail.com. Wyoming Bags 307 at gmail.com. And Bags has 2 G's and an S, by the way. Okay, I'll take that back down. All right, back into the Zoom room with Drake. Well, Drake, we've come more or less to the end of it here. Hopefully it was painless for you. I loved being able to talk a little football. It's been a while, but it is great to think about having a professional team here in our part of the Rocky Mountain West, and we're excited to have you.
Thanks for having me on, Bags. I really appreciate it. It was a joy to talk football with you for an hour. I could talk football with you all day long.
Oh, I know.
But I really appreciate you having me on this morning, and I'm super excited to come out there and put on a show, have the boys going crazy in the arena and having everyone come out. If anyone has any direct questions, they can email me at drake@wycavalry.com. So wyomingcavalry.com.
You bet. And what's the website address they can go and do a little investigating?
wyomingcavalry.com, ywcavalry.com.
YW Cowboy, so 2 of them, wyomingcavalry.com and wycavalry.com.
No, it's Wyoming Cavalry, but how the abbreviation of the state.
Oh, WY.
I was spelling it, yeah. But if they Google Wyoming Cavalry, it'll pop right up.
You bet. Hey, so when you guys get closer and you're out here for a visit, well, you have to come over to Sheridan, number one, just so you can see how beautiful it is. Gillette, God bless them. It's what we call the high plains. Nothing wrong with the high plains. But as you go a little bit further west on I-90, you're going to run right into us, so you can't get lost. And then you're going to see the Bighorn Mountains, and you go, oh, so this is part of Wyoming too. So, and hopefully you'll bring a player or 2 with you, and you'll sit down right here in my little studio at my house, and we'll talk some more football. What do you say to that?
I say, let's do it.
I'm in. All right. Hey, Drake, thanks for joining me. We'll talk again soon. You're listening to Wyoming Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's your buddy Bags, and we'll come to wrap things up here right after these words. Stay tuned.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Hit the funky stuff for my out cue today. Hey, it's been a blast. That's 4 hours of Cowboy State Daily Talk Radio with your buddy Bags. Enjoy talking football, the VOA, securing our elderly with David Newman, keeping them safe from scams, and then the Sheridan Community Land Trust with Chris Verba. Thanks to all my guests for joining me. And to our listeners and viewers, thank you for joining me. Do me a favor, spread the word. Let them know your buddy Bags is out here doing talk radio every Saturday morning from 6 to 10. And that's about it for me. I'm working on a great lineup for next Saturday. Don't forget to join my partner, my buddy Jake Nichols, on Monday morning, 6 to 10, right here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. As conservatives across the nation have rallied behind President Donald Trump and Elon Musk's efforts to reduce government waste through the Federal Department of Government Efficiency program, the Wyoming Freedom Caucus wants to follow that model at the state level. Cowboy State Daily's Leal Wolfson reports that in outlining its goals for the upcoming interim legislative session, the Freedom Caucus says doging Wyoming's budget is a top priority to identify unconstitutional and wasteful spending.
I spoke to Representative John Baer, the chairman emeritus of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, about this, and Baer said one specific thing that he would like to doge is looking at state grants. He's concerned about that. And Baer also pointed out that he believes that giving money to any nonprofits is debatably unconstitutional under the Wyoming Constitution.
Although he's said before that he only wants to prevent an increase in state spending, Baer told Cowboy State Daily on Tuesday he also wants to put those state grants under the microscope. On Tuesday morning, Bobby Watts chased two burglars away from a Riverton business he manages, helped deputies investigate, went to confront one of the suspected burglars on the road, and took some gunshot shrapnel to his upper arm. Then, he told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, he started his normal workday.
The remote connection to the business alarm waking him like 3:20, and he goes and kind of chases down two guys that had broken into the shop and to the getaway vehicle, which the sheriff's office associates with a female